Okay, sorry guys on YouTube. I know there was no sound, so thank you for letting me know. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Technical issues off the open. All right. Thumbs up in the chat if the audio is good now. Let me know if the audio is good. Thumbs up on YouTube if the audio is good. IV's implied volatility. The IV 24, 25. Get gap down. Good. Okay, good. And again, if we do lose audio, just let me know, guys, as soon as possible. We were just talking about where we opened up, some of the things to look out for. We did have a catalyst in pre-market. Unemployment claims came in line with the prior reading. Okay. The goal is, guys, let's get 100 likes before 10:30. 100 likes before 10:30. We're seeing the VIX make its way to that 22. A solid break and continued push lower below 22 would be great. Our initial interaction with that, again, key zone, we discussed the importance of just not going short in this area, right? Avoiding just going short in this area just because we're weak in the pre-market. Because why? We are in the jaws of a bounce zone. All right, that's why it's so important to be aware of where we are in the grand scheme of things intraday. Okay, so now we're at that G50 on the daily, 50% retrace of the day. So 5-minute orb army, your time to shine is in 2 minutes. Time to shine is in 2 minutes. 15-minute orb army, you still have time. Let me put the timer here. I like this timer. Okay, we're at VWAP here. Good morning. Okay, good. Okay, now, good morning, Jordan. Not able to trade with you guys today, but we'll watch with you guys, hoping that the team crushes it today. Absolutely, Hero. So right off the open, we're seeing buyers picking this thing back up. If this is going to continue to accelerate, we're going to have to hold below 22. Hold below 22 in the VIX. We're at VWAP. We're starting to see the Qs lead the way. Qs are above VWAP. What a sweep of those lows on the Dow and IW. Good morning, Andre. Good morning, guys. Goal for this morning, guys, we can get it done. 100 likes before 10:30. 100 likes before 10:30. So as you're coming in, make sure you hit the like button. All right, and we'll do a giveaway. We'll do a giveaway then. So now we're working our way to the jaws, that gap down. Okay, see if we can hold above that 50% retrace that gap. So we're entering the jaws of February 27 gap as well. All right, I know there's gaps all over the place. There's going to be a master class that you're going to look back on how to navigate these gaps. We're seeing a nice break, continue to break below 22 on the VIX. Okay, I want to see how it interacts at this level. So you can see, guys, look at the Qs. Qs came right to that 200 EMA and that 50 EMA on the hourly and got shot out of a cannon. 5-minute orb, your time to shine. Above these highs here. I'll mark it out. And the bottom is all the way down here. So let's see if we can get a hold above that level. Hold above it. If we can hold above it, that gives us some room at the 685 and that potential gap close. So the Dow's at VWAP, IW's at VWAP, the Qs are above VWAP. Okay. So no hold above that orb. See if we can hold at least for 2 minutes, 1 minute. So VWAP is right there as well. VWAP is right there as well. So look at that explosive reaction out of this territory. So that tells us a lot, guys. Because now the next time it comes into this territory, if we can sweep those lows, sweep PML, right, I'll be there. I'm a buyer. Okay. But if you just use those zones on their own, if you like to trade the opening bell, that's a nice push there. Okay, so we're at basically the midpoint of this gap. Daily 50% retrace. If the VIX continues to stay below 22, see if we can come into this territory, get a nice little bounce back into that area. Okay, 15 is looking strong. Q's pulling back slightly. IW reclaim with that VWAP. See if we got a flag break here. Continued acceleration. Okay, see there's some follow through behind it. You're on that zone to hold. If I can get into this territory, dip into this area, I like it there. If it creates separation away from it, I'll be there for the retest. Now, I like how the Qs are pushing, guys. Qs are pushing nicely. Qs are pushing nicely. They're above VWAP. Qs did cross that 610, so 610 will be critical. So again, see if you can get a close above that level. So you can get a close above it. We got a wall up there at is that 680? What level is that you got there? Detour. Okay, JPM. JPM crossed that level. Okay, I want to see how we interact with this area. I want to see. Good morning, Structure. Good morning, guys. If you're just jumping in, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. See if you can hold that for a nice little bounce. If we just slice and dice through that, nothing there. So this reaction, this interaction is to better position for that continued break. Okay. I don't like that thing. Okay, here, take it off. VWAP is right there. So VWAP is right there. Okay, looks like we're starting to catch a bid off 22 VIX. So do we have enough fuel to drive us above 693.95? If we have enough fuel to drive us above that level, I'm interested in the upside. If we just slice right through that, minimal hesitation, everything starts to fall back below VWAP. We're starting to see a spike back on the VIX above 22, and we can see a slide back into this area here, into 682.72. So the chat is mixed. We got 55% saying bearish, 45% saying bullish. I want to see separation away from that 22. Let's get the likes up, guys, on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to hit the like button. We got 103 people joining us. Our goal for today is to get 100 likes before 10:30. I know we can do it, guys. So let's see if we get that nice little reclaim here. want to see if we can hold above that level there. Okay, daily 50% retrace, create separation, push the upside, get above 683.74. That would align with a reclaim of VWAP. Things can get interesting. At least there's a little bit of a buffer into this territory. So if it starts to accelerate, it really starts to go. If it starts to break down, then your stop will be there. Okay, so no trade so far, just collecting data, observing. Keeping a close eye on that level. Looking at the 685s. Okay, I want to see a nice break above 683.74. I want the VIX, and I want the Qs to hold. I want the Qs to hold VWAP. As well, if SPY can get above VWAP as well, that'd be great as well. So we don't want it to treat that VWAP as resistance. 3 minutes away from the orb. So again, off the open, we're seeing a lot of back and forth, a lot of chop like we anticipated. So it's going to be very, very important for us to be patient and wait for those clean setups. Right, waiting for those clean setups will be paramount. So everything is below VWAP except the Qs. So the Qs are the laggard. Right, if we're in this range, I'll continue to wait. So we failed to get above VWAP. We failed to get above 683.74. At 15 minutes, seeing some pressure put on it. Okay, the Qs are below VWAP, and now we're starting to see the Dow back below prior day lows. We're starting to see the IWM back below prior day lows, 658, 258, 84, 82. See if we can hold below those lows. 15-minute orb will be set in 1 minute, and the range is going to be very similar. This is the range. Okay, this is the range. Outside of that initial bounce off that key zone, there haven't been too many clean setups. We did dip into the jaws of the gap. We got that G50. This key zone rejection back outside of that gap. We didn't get that fill. No, we saw. Okay, let me clean this up. So no trigger. No trade. No trigger, no trade. No entry, no trade. How we doing, strikers? NQ rejecting supply. Two contracts. 5-minute orb. Tick 10. Started down 3, but good job on cutting those contracts. So cut through down 300 on 10 contracts is not bad, not bad at all. Because if you don't cut it, things can get very, very ugly. So no signal yet. We're starting to see the VIX picking up some steam. All right, the name of the game today is going to be quality over quantity. Doing less, doing more with less, doing more with less. I know I don't trade extended hours, equities. Or pre-market. And they're looking to roll out in May or June, guys. Basically 23-hour trading, individual stock names like futures. Okay, that's coming soon. We're moving about 70 cents per 5-minute candle, so we're not covering as much ground as we were past few days. Past few days, right out the gate, we're moving about $1 and some change. ATR is starting to pick up here. We start off at 23, 24, 25. It's at 28. Just analyzing, no trades, okay. Daily open is right here. Daily open is right here. The orb is right there. So if I'm going to take the orb in this case, right, I have to be mindful that pre-market low is right there. Okay, so I have to do my technical due diligence in this area, knowing that a pre-market low sweep can occur. So it has to be a strong signs of weakness in this area. Okay, daily 50% retrace, guys. We're starting to see IWM break below PML. The Dow is below that level as well. The only thing really holding up SPY is the fact that the Qs are pumping and the Dow is dumping. So SPY is stuck between a rock and a hard place. So if we take a look at the market sync, 1 out of 4. VIX down, the Dow down, SPY and the Qs up, or SPY flat, Qs up. Back and forth, forth and back and forth, forth and back. It's going to be, patience is going to be required today. We're seeing the Qs reclaim that VWAP. C5W can go 2 down, 2 up. Still below VWAP, so I need reversal trades on IWM. Look for that hammer. After that, reclaim with that 258.63 PML. Okay, we're starting to fuel up here. Qs are starting to get picked up. If the Qs can maintain above that VWAP, and we start to see the Dow get picked up off of those lows, that's enough. That's sufficient enough for us to push. That's sufficient enough for us to push the upside. Okay. Let's go take a look at the names here. So you can see SPY's right at the heart of prior day's range. We did see the Qs bounce off of 50 MA, 200 MA, like we discussed in our pre-market prep. We're seeing that retrace reject on the Dow. We're seeing gold starting to slide as well, so pay close attention to that 5K level on gold. We're seeing crude looking to break out. Crude is above that 77. See if we can hold above that. And of course, the VIX, our good friend the VIX, nasty rejection on SPY. As the Dow dumps, the VIX is pushing lower. Keep in mind, guys, when you're sitting on your hands, when cash is a position, okay? Your win rate is 100% when you're sitting on cash. You didn't lose anything. You can see the nice symmetrical triangle. That's basically that encapsulates what's been going on. Price continued to tighten. Price continued to tighten. Good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Our goal is to get 100 likes by 10:30. We have about 120 plus people joining us this morning. If you're a first-time viewer, throw a 1 in the chat. Returning viewers, throw a 2. So far, there haven't been any high-quality setups. You can scalp it based off of these levels. But coming into the day, we discussed the importance of being patient and that we can see some chop during the first few minutes. And that's exactly how things are playing out. So we just have to stick to the plan and wait for those setups. If you're waiting for the 15-minute orb, of course, the high is at 684.45. The low is at 681.87. That's the areas you want to pay attention to. Uh, 684.44, 681.86. That's the exact levels. Okay, welcome back, Brett. 21 Pucci, welcome, welcome, welcome aboard. I know we can hit that goal, guys. 100 likes in an hour. Okay, so now there's this push higher, a legitimate push. I would like to see if we can hold above 684.12. Let's see what our neighbors are doing. Welcome back, Johnny. Johnny Questing. Okay, we're seeing IWM swept those lows once again. Swept those lows once again. See if IWM can hold above PML. Hold above that VWAP. The Qs are leading the way. So the Qs are leading the way. And what's really dragging us behind is the Dow. Welcome aboard, Ivan. Is this action tradable? You can find things to trade within here, but there's nothing high quality. Welcome back, Rad Elf 1. We haven't seen this kind of action in quite some time, right? This back and forth. Thank you, broke out supply. Keep an eye on that, guys. Any futures traders, keep an eye on that. So more than likely, as QQQ continues to push, QQQ has broke above that orb as well. See if we get a signal on QQQ. Okay, there's a call signal on QQQ. See, QQQ can hold above 671, 610.76. See if we can hold above it. QQQ can go hammer. I'm looking at the 612s. QQQ can go hammer, break those highs. I'll take 612 of QQQs. And I'll babysit this. Want to see if you can hold above that, continue to push. Want to see a break of those highs on QQQ. Okay, I'll take QQQ right there. I'm in the Qs. The risk is right here. Okay. I'm in the Qs, see if the Qs can continue to push. As the Qs push, I want SPY to get above these highs here. Okay, Qs are up 5. So ideally, I don't want to break below here. Let me set an alert. And I'll passively monitor the Qs. See if I can let that cook. Okay, back to SPY. I'll give it about 15 to 20% on the Qs. See if the Qs can wick off that level, continue to push. If we can break these highs here, that's going to help the Qs. Okay, that's going to help the Qs continue to push. I want to hold above that level. In the midst of this back and forth. SPY. If SPY can break this key zone, that'd be great. IWM is starting to wake up. Down 9, down 10. See if we can hold here. If we can hold, we'll be good to go. Just needs to hold that area. Nice hammer and go. That would be great. In the meantime, if SPY can get above this key zone, that'll also help. A new 5-minute candle coming up in 3 minutes. Okay, see if SPY can hold above that level. Go, go, go. Okay, QQQ starting to go. So QQQ is the one that's leading us to the upside. SPY needs to break this. If you're waiting for a 15-minute orb on SPY, continue to wait. See if Qs can continue to push. TP where you need to. If you did take the Qs, all right, manage accordingly. TP1, if you want to hold it to TP1, is 6/12/45. 6/12/45. All right, 15-minute orb break is coming up on SPY. There we go. Nice push on Qs. Okay, I'm going to take a majority off right there. Okay, 12. Hold runners. Okay, see if you can go up 15. TP where you need to, guys. SPY broke that level as well. Up 15, up 16, up 17. Nice break. Continue to push. Target 6/12/45. Up 20. Take a little more off right there. Okay. No close back below here. If you took that, put a $ in the chat. If you took it on SPY, beautiful job. If you took it on the Qs are a little bit ahead. Beautiful job. But the main thing was, guys, being patient today. SPY also gave us that nice signal there as well for that break. So QQQ is what's leading us to the upside. Okay, so QQQ is what's dictating the pace. Okay, nice break on SPY. So on no close below here. No close below there. So SPY 685 is a brick wall. If you took that break, beautiful. Reclaim this key zone was beautiful as well. The break out of this nice bilateral pattern, symmetrical triangle, right? We saw that chop, chop, chop. Took some time. What was the primary thing, team? A break below the 22 on the VIX. Starting to play out. How we doing, guys? Beautiful trade wins. Good, good, good. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. The first target on QQQ is 6/12/45. SPY is going, guys. SPY is going. SPY is playing out nicely. Qs are up 21, 25. TP1 hit. Oh, no close below here. TP1 hit. Where to hit TP1? Up 27. 30. Let's go. That's how we do it, team. Patient, patient, patient. I want to close above 6/12/45. If we start to slow down, I'll close out. Up 30. Go, go, go. If you're riding this with SPY, next target is 685.71, team. Up 32, up 34. That's how we do it, team. That's how we do it. Now I want no close below that target. I want no close below that target. At least secure 25 or 20. Okay. So I can close it there. Okay, I'll close it there. All right. So max runner did push into third plus 30 plus. Close out 19.20. I already TP'd on the way. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful trade. If you took it with SPY, beautiful. Let me show you guys this indicator that I'm building. It's tremendous, guys. Right. So again, it gave me the call signal. Right. I wanted to see that hammer break, continues to push, knowing the Qs are in the lead. Also, SPY as well. SPY. SPY didn't hit that target yet. All right. So make sure you're paying the trader, guys. You don't have to wait to 30, 20. Just initially, if you're just starting off, it's very important to get into the habit of taking profit. Okay, now it's starting to revert back to downside. That's fine. We can do whatever it wants. We already got compensated for our due diligence. All right, this indicator works on all names. And what's really moving here? Amazon. Look at Amazon. Amazon's starting to push. Amazon pushing again. 217.53 retest. Palantir breaking. 154.51 retest. So, for instance, if we throw AMZN, okay, that's Amazon breaking, right? Let me see. So Amazon's actually still within, because it gapped up, it's still within that range. Let's take a look at Palantir. So no signal on Palantir. Let's see Palantir. Okay, Palantir. The call signal came in at 305 at 9:54. Your target will be 158.79. Okay, beautiful, 50%. Meta hit TP. Let's take a look at Meta. And welcome back once again, TradeWinds. TradeWinds is a phenomenal trader. I had the privilege to trade with him for a long time. So we're really building the Avengers, guys. The Avengers of traders. So the Meta signal came in at, keep in mind, this is an expansion momentum indicator. Came in at 9:59. Okay, so this one, it didn't signal this one. It signaled this one. Okay, so now if we start to revert back to that territory, I'll wait until 10:30, after 10:30. All right, if that's the only trade that we do take, that's okay. Remember, today, the important thing is, guys, quality over quantity. All right, quality over quantity, waiting, being patient. SoFi on fire. We'll take a look at SoFi. Got out too early. As long as you have something to show for it, that's all that matters, guys. Don't be too concerned of, hey, I only got 11%, went to 30%, 200%. In the long run, that game will start to really affect your mindset. All right, just take it from this standpoint. From the standpoint of, we're coming back to retest that level. From the standpoint of SPY returns, what, 10 to 15% per year for the past 20 years. And if you can get 10 to 15% within a matter of minutes, and you can do that for an extended period of time, that's a recipe to beat the market within a month. You can run laps around the market within a month. All right, so always play the long game and let everything compound. Okay? The Qs hit that PMH. Okay? Qs already hit TP. So what more do I want? The reason why I decided to go with the Qs is because they were the ones that were front. They were the ones that were in the lead. All right. The laggard, of course, is the Dow. The Dow is the laggard. IWM also popped nicely. Close this out. Okay, let's take a look at our team, guys. Phenomenal team. And that's all we need. We just need a window opportunity. 50% for Turbo. Meta hit TP. Lisa. Bev. Fido. Beautiful job, guys. QQQ and Meta. Beautiful job, Carlos. Put that rocket back on. Can you talk about the AMD strategy? So accumulation, manipulation, distribution. Yeah, we can talk about that. So AMD is right. So it's one of the core principles of smart money. So this takes on the wake off. Wake off is accumulation, markup, distribution, markdown. That cycle, right? What AMD does is adds another element of manipulation. Right, so accumulation is basically very similar to what takes place like this. All right, accumulation is basically think of consolidation. Okay, manipulation is the next phase. Manipulation is when you grab those lows, or they engineer liquidity below those lows. They grab that low. Okay, so we see price accumulate, right? Means back and forth, indecision, right? And they manipulate, they get below it. Once they get below it, they start to pick it back up. And now distribution. Distribution is basically expansion. Okay, and you can apply the inverse logic going the other way. All right, so it's just to give you a blueprint on how market cycles work. And you can flip this on its head. Okay, let me take this off. System is slow today. What's going on? Sometimes TradingView has a tendency to do that. Give me 1 second. Okay, all right. Let's see. Okay, looks like chart is frozen. Main chart. Excuse me. Okay, let me see if I can move this. Okay, there we go. All right, so accumulation, accumulating, consolidating, going back and forth. Manipulation, right, is the initial move that looks like it's going to continue. Okay, so basically a fake expansion, and distribution is the intended move. So the manipulation is the liquidity engineering, liquidity grab. Okay, let me know if that makes sense. It's a framework. It's a framework. And look at this, guys. They're playing a vicious game today. TOG, a rejection. We fill that gap, we reject, we slide to the downside. You don't take profit, market will. Okay, good. Yeah, so it's a framework on viewing how price moves. Excuse me. Okay. That was actually a nice trade, guys. Nice trade on QQQ. SPY also present a nice opportunity. If it breaks below those lows, sweeps these lows, I'll be interested. No pressure. If you're green, no pressure to take anything else. You can walk away. Tomorrow is Friday. All right. Tomorrow is Free Trade Friday for the folks on YouTube. You can join us for the entirety of the stream. From pre-market prep all the way to the end of the stream, absolutely for free. All you need to do is join the free tier Discord. Okay, the link is in the description. So it gives you an idea of what goes into what we do every single day. We just don't show up and click buttons. There's a lot of work that goes into it. There's a lot of prep that goes into it that you guys don't see, but our community does go through the prep. We go through the prep as a community together. Coming into the day, this was on our radar. All right. This kind of choppy activity was on our radar, so it's very important that we just wait, we be patient, we look for something high quality, and take advantage of that, right? And that's what we did. I'll wait until second shift to see if there's an opportunity. If there's no other opportunity, I'm okay with taking that one trade. Okay? So we have to be okay with doing less sometimes because the market doesn't provide those kind of high quality opportunities every single time. Because we're not going anywhere fast. If you think about it, we're still within pre-market low, pre-market high. Okay, so we're within pre-market low, pre-market high. We're within prior day's range. Okay, so that is a recipe for chop, chop, chop. That is a recipe for traders to overtrade. That is a recipe for traders to get stopped out and not take profit enough, which leads to, or not take profit, which leads to frustration, which eventually leads to clicking the button too many times. All right. So if this is your first week and you're closing in on your first green week, if you're green on the week, especially for the ones who joined past couple of weeks or even last week or this week, all right, this is your first green week. I highly recommend tomorrow not even taking any trades. Just show up, kick back, ask questions, share ideas, even maybe jump to demo. All right. Because if you can close out your first week green, it's going to do tremendous things for your confidence next week. You already did your job. Because the last thing you want to do is, it's a fine line. The last thing you want to do is when you're green on the week, come into the next day, over leverage, overconfident, and then go red. Now going into next week, right, you're going to have some pent-up frustration. Okay, so very, very important that you do that. Okay, and tomorrow is free ramp down Friday for our team, so we just do less. Okay, we do less, we size down, and we look to close out the week as strong as possible. Okay, Meta's out of here. Trade wins. Beautiful call. That was a nice break. Market playing with both sides 100%. All right, too much money was made yesterday. Too much money was made past couple of days. So again, the market is going to try to run that, take that money back. So the same traders who were looking for the same kind of setups yesterday come in today, same expectation, and give everything they made yesterday back and give more up. Okay, let's get the likes up, guys. Let's see if we can get 100 likes between for the first hour. If you're just jumping in, we did take one trade on spot on the QQQ. SPY, of course, the setup played out nicely. That reclaim of this key zone, my orb army played out beautifully. If you took that, reclaim of this zone, all those things coincided. And of course, that BOG rejection, we're sliding back the downside. We're within the heart of this range. Good morning, Brad from Colorado. SoFi hit supply, got out too early. Okay. Anyone else taking other trades? Anyone else taking the other trades? Let me see, duplicate. Who's done for the day? Okay. Getting your work done under an hour. Choppy 100%. Very, very choppy. Okay, 100 likes is the goal, guys. 100 likes is the goal. Let's see if we can smash it. Every day we're breaking records. I do appreciate the continued support. All right, my objective is to provide maximum value. Okay, maximum value. We're at 66 likes. Let's get to 100. We got 141 people joining. Sub goal for today is to get to 3,500 subs. We can do it. Okay, 3,500 subs. Let's see if we can get it done. Made my hourly wage. Beautiful job, guys. We have a motto. For some of you who are not familiar, a lot of times we have these false expectations in trading. The framework I like to use is meet your wage, then try to beat your wage. All right? Whatever your wage is, it doesn't matter. All right? It doesn't matter what it is. So for the first hour of the day, okay? Okay, so let's say I make $25 an hour. Okay, for the first hour of the day, my job is to make more than $25 an hour, using my setups, managing risk accordingly. In the beginning, just with one contract, or maybe it takes 2 trades to hit that goal. Whatever it is, guys, that's the objective. Okay, first you're going to try to get as close as possible to your wage. Over time, okay, you will beat your wage because now you have the confidence to start scaling up slowly. You go from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and you start doubling or tripling. All right, so the goal right out the gate is not to make $1,000 a day. Okay, so I'm not saying that's not possible, but the skills and the experience is not there yet. So you can't put that kind of pressure on yourself to do that, because before you make it, you'll lose $1,000 a day. So the goal first is with the SAT shift to shift framework during that first hour. Okay, don't get too involved in percentage returns and those big gains. Just try to see if you can beat your wage. All right, and when it comes to real life application, that's what matters. Because now when you start taking more contracts, okay, you can double your wage very easily. So try to meet your wage first, okay, and then eventually, with experience, beat your wage. And that applies to everybody, and that's a great way to approach it and to give yourself some time to develop those skills and have realistic expectations. If you can meet it, now it's a matter of just scaling. It's just the number of contracts. Right now, it's just a matter of if you're making $15-20 per contract, okay? If you're using one contract, that's $15-20. If you're using 10 contracts, right, that's $200. You can see the difference. Very, very quickly, it changes. So you don't want to try to coming out the gate, trying to beat it and put these numbers up when the foundational skill is not there yet. Because in the long term, that would lead to your ruin. That's going to lead to oversizing, and you're not experienced with bouncing back from big losses. The framework is not there. The habits are not there. So learn on the smallest scale first. And eventually, you'll get there. Take it hour by hour, shift by shift, and you'll be fine. So tremendous job, Turbo. You've been on a tear, Turbo. Absolute tear. You've been putting up some serious numbers. Oil looks like it's going to go to $80 a barrel. Algos won't like that. One reason is I don't trust the bounce from yesterday. Yeah, oil broke that major level. Let's take a look at oil. That major resistance overhead. Yep, oil is out of here. Yeah, 80 is a possibility, trade winds. Things are getting interesting. And gold, okay, gold is about to fall below. Pay attention to that 5K. Gold got as low as 50, 60s. So 5,060. All right. Bitcoin flat. Oil expanding. And to keep in mind, guys, we are trading in the heart of some serious conflict. All right. So if you're surviving these conditions, you're doing tremendous. It's not easy. February was not easy at all. March is not easy at all. Absolutely, Web Street. That's the name of the game. And especially today, being extra patient. Right, being extra patient today. Okay, QQQ fell back below that level. QQQ is back to VWAP, so everything's back below VWAP. So if you're green, do not give back your profits. At least wait until 10:30. Okay. Absolutely, guys. The Discord link for tomorrow, I will drop that here, guys. Okay, that's the free tier Discord. Folks on YouTube, YouTube members, the ones supporting the channel, jump in there. You have access to free resources. Okay, free resources in there. Somewhat of a, you guys see the head and shoulder? Right, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Okay, let's see if the Qs can crack VWAP 610.25. 610.25. Yeah, oil is starting to pump. Take a look at XLE. XLE, see if XLE can make a move. XOM. CBX. Okay. That's the link. Let's get the likes up, guys. 9 minutes. See if we can break a record. Get to 100 likes in 9 minutes. We should be at 70 likes possibly here. We'll do a giveaway, of course. We always do a giveaway. So we'll also unlock that giveaway. We have 120 plus people joining us. Let us know in the chat where you're joining from. Let us know in the chat. Good morning, Nico. Good morning. Good morning. So again, back and forth chop. I want to see how 1030 concludes. Okay, I want to see how first shift concludes and see how we interact with those lows and highs. Okay. How we interact with the lows and highs. $15 is dumping, especially down here. Okay. We trigger the other side of the orb. $681.86. Closing up 30, sold to the highest bidder. Good, good, good. Anyone in puts? If you're in puts, you're living large. We got a nice little head and shoulder. Nice structural break of that support. Once it broke below 682.72, you can target that territory there. Now, of course, the ones doing the due diligence are the orb traders to the downside. All right. So far, it's got a ripple. I'll wait until after 1030. And I want to see how we interact with the lows and highs. I want to see how we interact with those highs and lows, lows and highs. See if we can hold below that 681.57. First target 681.44. So we did get that signal here on the indicator. If you can slice right through that PML, that'd be great. Hold below PML, they can start to dash into that 680.57. That's the first initial soft target, right? That's the first you want to pay attention to, right? That first hurdle. From here to here, first hurdle. If you get that favorable reaction, just continue to slice, right? Coast is clear. Okay, Shockwave says puts at 1024. All right, so now you can trail. Say you want to use that PML as your risk. Okay. Wow, what a drop. Look at the VIX, guys. VIX is starting to push. VIX is starting to push. For this to take a leg lower, ideally you want the VIX to break 23. Okay, if the VIX can blow 23, blow the top off 23, accelerate, that can lead it to that first target, 680.57. If we start to slow down at 23, we might start gravitating back towards that PML. So that right there probably gives you, okay, 40 cents. If you have an entry a little earlier, anywhere from 60 cents to 40 cents. More than enough for a scalp. So if I were in this hypothetically, right, I'd be out of majority, double digits. And then I'll use this PML as my line in the sand and see if I can get it to that 680.57. That's how to approach it. So if you're short here, you're going to see a retrace reject. I'm really interested to see how we interact with these lows at 1030, whatever the lows are. Because if they want to start to play that manipulation game, PML reclaim, 23 rejection on VIX can present a potential opportunity back the upside. Just depends on what kind of game they want to play. All right, 4 minutes away, guys. Let's get 100 likes. We're more than capable of doing it. We have 133 people joining us. Okay. We're at 80, 81 likes. Okay, let's get to 100. Anyone take those puts? Any bears? Just keep a close eye on that PML. Calls and puts, 1 DT only. Beautiful job, Sancho. Look at that, guys. 100%. That is the best problem to have. Nice resistance, comes right into it. Cracks, starts to push lower. Back to break even. Beautiful job, Firefly. I do got to say you have a tremendous bounce back ability. Your resilience is always commendable. And when people do get stopped out initially, that's an easy way for them to really start losing confidence and start spiraling out of control. Okay, this thing is starting to sell off, guys. What's really going to help this is a break above 23. Again, look at this, guys. Same thing. Okay, it gives you the signal. So in this case, it doesn't go to target. Okay, it makes a move. Okay, you can scalp this, of course, for $1.10. So that's at least 30%. Okay, say if you want to take it exactly to target, you get stopped out. And then guess what? This one goes to target. Puts. So it's not going to give you a bunch of signals all day. It's between 9:30 and 10:30. It gives you the exact signal you can see. Okay, and this thing hits that first target. So even if you don't take profits up here, even though you're green, so you're playing that target to target game, right? Either get stopped out or hit target, right? Okay, you get stopped out there, fine. You're risking 1 to make 2. Okay, if you have a hybrid approach where you take profits on the way, you have something to show for it. Okay, but let's just say, for the sake of argument, okay, this didn't hit target, you get stopped out. Sure. Okay, and then now, same thing. Gives you that idea. Conservative risk, same risk. Hits target. So you lose 1 R there, you make 2 R here. So you're up 1 R. So you see how, even though it's a 50% win rate, you're still up. Okay, but if you have a hybrid approach, you can extract here, right? You can do some extraction there, and you can do some extraction there, and use runners to hit target. But worst case scenario, you get stopped out here, and you make everything back here. Okay, so this indicator will be. There's a few more tweaks I'm looking to do, and it will be ready very, very soon. Okay, we'll be ready very, very soon. And this thing is good night. What a drop. Wow, it's starting to look good. Puts, beautiful job, Elian. I'm with the Bears from the very top. Wow. Talk about a move, guys. This is a TOG rejection. We haven't seen a TOG rejection like that in quite some time. We fill a gap, we come to the top of the gap, and we just completely collapse. Wow, look at this, guys. 2 runners up 30%. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job. Anyone else? The fact that we couldn't hold that territory, right? The bottom has fell out. Okay, so retrace, reject out that territory is what I'll look for. Yep, you called that. Last time you called it, we got a $10 dump. So in this case, as price continues to accelerate to the downside, retrace rejects is what I'll look for. Compression breakdowns, we're seeing synchronized selling. Puts on SPY and IWM. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's officially 10:30, guys. It's officially 10:30. First shift is in the books. First shift is in the books. Let us know how you did in first shift. First shift is from 9:30 to 10:30. All right, complete collapse. Now we're direction on the day. So what we're seeing is, guys, the Dow is what really held us lower, and we continue to see pressure on the Dow, and the trap was in the Qs. Now the Dow is dictating the pace. Qs are below that orb as well, below that PML. See how we interact with this key zone here between weekly downside breaker and daily downside breaker. So we're officially direction on the day. So we finally broke out and we're directional. So all the gains we saw prior day, we gave back. That's for from SPY standpoint. Okay, from SPY standpoint, all those gains have been wiped away. Okay, let's see if we got 100 likes, guys. We'll do a giveaway at 100 likes. Whatever you do, don't chase. We're at 86 likes. Make sure to subscribe, guys. Help us get to 3,500 subs. Okay, we're a few subs away. That's the goal for the week. So what a move to the downside. New shift. So let us know you did in first shift, guys. If you're green from 9:30 to 10:30, that window, this window, put a $sign or a fire emoji in the chat. Okay. $sign, fire emoji in the chat on YouTube. So we did have some decent volume in first shift. Come right to that key zone, see if we start to fuel back up. So the retrace reject that is associated with the level, of course, is that PML. We can jumble all those levels together, right? This here, the most. So this retrace reject, this interaction will be critical. Excuse me. It's hard to go short right there at that very time of that shift. We grab those lows, we sweep those lows, and we immediately start to go north. See how quickly things change, guys? Very quick change. On the one, of course, we're still colliding with the waves. So at least wait for, excuse me, at least wait for a 5-minute combo. Could see bullish action now. QQQ bounced out the 1 hour, 200 EMA. Caught the calls and the Qs fall on SPY during the day. Beautiful job, midnight, Manny. Stopped out QQQ 610. Puts 94%. Beautiful job, Brad. Puts on SPY, IWM. Beautiful job catching all three. Looking for 676 end of day and puts 683. Appreciate it, Vin Profit. All right, so again, for those who are green, all right, your biggest threat right now is greed. Biggest threat to your trading at the current moment is greed, wanting more. You can always say, I'm done. Tomorrow's Friday. So we're starting to see some buyers stepping off of this key zone. This is the expected move for the day. Okay, we go beyond the expected move, start to push back. We have a nice daily downside breaker, a weekly downside breaker as well. $20 MA on the Qs. Look out for that, guys. Let's take a look at the Qs. Yeah, the Qs are below those lows. First shift's lows. All right, so this is a critical level here for the Qs. Do we sweep this, start pushing up, or do we just turn into a nice retrace reject or sweep? $1 million question. But what if fall from grace on the Qs as well? Complete collapse. That's why it's so critical, guys. Shift to shift. We got to be careful. Up 35%. I'm done for the day. Last week was so greedy after a big win. Market smacked me in the face and took it all back this week. Make my money and close it at 100%, guys. It might sound like a joke. I say, hey, close your computers, delete the brokerage app from your phone, and re-download it the next day. Right? It might sound crazy, but sometimes that's what we need to do because our nature as traders, we want to continue to go. We want to continue to take those trades. So tremendous job, Jose. 2 trades, 1 TP, stop loss 20%, TP 60. That's beautiful. That's the recipe, guys. Keep those risks tight, and you'll be fine. All right, beautiful job. Inverse head and shoulder on Chevron. Let's take a look at CVX. So this is the path the bulls are taking. All right, 50-50. Let's take a look at it. Let's throw the 50-50 on it. We can just use this. So right in that territory. So the 50-50 is in this area. Okay, so this area will determine, of course, if it's a dead cat bounce or if it's a legitimate reversal back to upside. We're already seeing buyers stepping in here. Right? It is, of course, lower time frame reversing, but do they have enough to really counter this leg here? Not the entire leg, but this leg here. From 10-15 to where we got to now. Okay, so we'll keep a close eye in that territory. Don't forget, back tomorrow. Peace, love, prosperity. To all, appreciate it. Vin profit to you too. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. 100 likes will do the giveaway. Okay, we had over 400 people stop by. So the more you guys like it, the more the algos push the video. Okay, if we can get 100 likes before 11 o'clock, will be giveaway time. This week, to be honest, guys, it felt like a long week, right? So I can already see that mentally. If you have to get your measure, guys, if you feel tired, if you feel exhausted, those things take a toll. So you have to know when to push, when not to push. Right? So I want to see what takes place in this area here. It's been a long week this week. Okay, SPY hit target. A lot of the time when we get the mean reversions, guys, okay, most of the times when we peak outside expected moves, and there's key levels and key zones. Okay. Outside of expected moves, there's key levels and key zones. VWAP is all the way at 682.82. Qs are making a move back to VWAP. Okay, this was just an elaborate trap. So anyone going short after here, if you manage risk accordingly, you're a disciplined trader, right? You get stopped out. If you're not, you get wiped out. This drags you all the way back to 681.44. 681.44 after getting as low as 679.32. We're starting to see that continued weakness on the VIX. Okay, if it still wants to pursue, if it wants to continue to push lower and pursue that 22, we might get a reclaim here. If it starts to stall and get back at the 23, that'll turn into a nice retrace reject. We're on the jaws of the EMAs. Okay, let's see if we get a shooter here. See if we get a shooter here. Let's pull up SPY. Future trading has returned to normal. Okay, a bunch of messages on Webull. Want to see if we can get a shooter here on the 5. Invert a hammer on the 5. We have this key zone. We have EMAs lining up with those key zones as well. All we just need to see is the VIX start to show some signs of life. The 15-minute is starting to go hammer. That 15-minute reversal does look interesting. But for now, I'm looking at the 679s. Taking it back to the floor. If you're looking for reversal, that's going to line up with that 15. This needs to be reclaimed. For now, I'm keeping a close eye on that 5-minute candle. Keeping a close eye on it. We're already starting to push lower on the 1. So you can gravitate back towards that slightly. Excuse me. Gravitate back towards that. Risk will be daily open. I'm on IBIT. Should be SPY. Let that 5-minute candle come close to closure. If you can close as a shooter, that'd be great. So if you get one little bounce, get near this territory, I'll take it to the downside. So I don't have that entry at the exact bottom. My risk would be the candle's high. 5-minute reversal back to the upside. Okay, so see if I can get a nice little break here. Trying to time it with that 5-minute candle. So you get one little bounce. Okay, I'll take the puts right there on SPY. Risk will be the candle's high. So again, see if this 5-minute candle can remain with a wick there and see if we can start to ride into that next 5-minute juncture. If we close back above those highs and get stopped out, okay, so now for this particular candle, I want to see a break below these lows. If you break below those lows, good to go. If we break above those highs, we start to see a nice reversal to the downside. A nice reversal back to the upside. Down 14. About to get stopped out here. If we close back above PML, I'll get stopped out. Okay, I'll cut it right there. Right, not a good entry. If it re-engage, if it resets up, I'll take it again. Stopped out here. If it sets up again, if it goes shooter, I'll re-engage. If it goes shooter, I'll re-engage for a second attempt. So kind of going against the VIX there. If it continues to go, I'll just let it go. If it continues to go, I'll just let it go. The 5, it needs to break that 680. If you're waiting for that confirmed entry, 680.89. 680.89. The only issue is the VIX is headed towards the downside. So if I take it again, I'll probably take further strike and try to see if I can treat it as a lotto. All right. From the standpoint of, I'll let it go out all the way to the floor. We need that break. Excuse me. That 15-minute on the verge of reversing. So no breakdown in the 5 here. Okay. So if it starts to break those highs, then it continues to push higher. Breaks those lows, officially goes 2 up, 2 down. And that's also the 15-minute breaker. And that turns into that PML sweep, push back the upside. That might have been the better risk reward, right? Let us sweep, like we talked about in the pre-market, sweep and take it back up. We're basically back at that daily open now, guys. Basically back at that daily open. Back at that daily open. Okay. Still just spending some time in that territory. If it does start to get into those kind of conditions where it just takes time to start to move, it can get a little frustrating. Again, guys, if you're done, be done. Tomorrow is Ramp Down Friday. We have about 30 seconds left on that 5-minute candle. So if you wait for that 5-minute candle to close, breaks below 681.13. That's the official break push lower. Same thing with the Qs. Those 677s, they're $50. If they go in the money, they'll be 170. If you can break those lows, VIX starts to wake up. That can be a lot of opportunity all the way back to the floor. I want some separation in this area. It's going to require a little patience. I remember the 50-50s here. 50-50s in this territory. So it's a pivotal point. We reclaim that 50-50. We make some strides. We start to reverse back to the upside on the 15. We're working our way back out of that key zone, that bound zone. Qs are starting to push. So I did take puts here, stopped out very quickly. Okay, looks like buyers are here. They're here to stay as the VIX continues to push lower. Okay. So that sweep of those lows. Right, if we take a look at it from risk reward, right? So this retrace reject has room to this territory, but this sweep has room if it starts to go all the way back to that runway. All the way back into these areas up here. Thing is, excuse me. You know, that was one of the scenarios for the plan as well, for the game plan as well. but it required to be basically patient until hour and a half during the day. Hour and a half. If it can reclaim VWAP, continues to push, then it's on its way. Take it level by level. Back to up 30% out. Done for the day. Looking forward to the Shaka Khan. Absolutely. So we take a look at that. All right. So we take a look at it today. Only 2 signals today. All right. This breakdown here. Push there. You get the calls there. Get the puts there. Yesterday. What did it give us? 1 signal. Okay. Day before. What did it give us? Two signals, puts. Day before. What did it give us? Okay, calls, 3 signals. And day before, what did it give us? I'm trying to see it. I'm trying to invalidate it. This day, right, it came very close to stop and eventually hit that target. So a lot of theta decay might have eaten those contracts, but it still hit target before hitting stop. And day before, what did it give us? This day, 1, 2, 3, 3R. Right? These are actually 2R. So 2, 4, 6, 6R. So 1R for 6R. Day before that, now let's track. Okay, SPY started to climb. This is the day where I got stopped out. So you can see the last time we got stopped out, I even here eventually hit target, but the last stop out was February 25th. Okay. All right. Looks like somewhat of a V-shaped recovery. Only issue is it's just taking its time, taking its time, starting to stall, taking its time. Let's see if we have 100 likes, guys. If we're having 100 likes, we'll do the giveaway. Beautiful job, Fido. Your textbook back to VWAP. Set up. Okay. Today we're probably going to end the stream around 1 o'clock, 12:30. All right. It is my daughter's birthday, so we'll get ready for that. All right. So back to VWAP. We're 582.77. It's VWAP on SPY. Qs are at VWAP already. The Dows are furthest away from VWAP. Initially, the Qs were dragging us higher. And as soon as the Dow started to continue to dump, the Dow dragged us lower. So the question becomes for the rest of the day, can the Dow and the Qs be on the same page? If they're not on the same page, that plays more into that rotation story, right? Rotation out of the Dow into the Qs or rotation out of the Qs into the Dow, right? So if those two things are out of sync, rotation story. If those two things are in sync, regardless of direction, synchronized buying, synchronized selling. Appreciate it. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. My daughter turned 4 on Tuesday. Happy birthday to your daughter as well. Yeah, time flies. Time flies, guys. God bless you too, Mamba. Appreciate it for the birthday wishes. All right, we're back below PML. See if you can hold below and continue to push lower. Top gambling edge, sub bro, why not trade SPX? XPX 10x, basically 10x of SPY, SPX. Not everybody can trade SPX, right? So SPY is more friendly to people, of traders of all account sizes. Nature of SPX, you're gonna have to have a large account, right? And my argument is, instead of trading SPX, one contract SPX, just trade 10 contracts SPY, right? If you have a medium or small account, right? And say you can only get one or two contracts of SPX, I think it would be better to get 20 contracts of SPY. You can manage it a little bit better, right? But they relatively do move the same way, move in the same direction. So if you prefer that, you can use that. It's like the difference between trading minis and micros. And also SPX, their spreads are probably not as friendly. If we take a look at SPY spreads, it's 1 cent spread, a penny spread. SPX, spread is 10 cents. So it's basically the same thing as just 10x. The spread is, and the contracts are $5 apart. So the SPY's contracts are 50 cents apart. So at this current moment, those 0DT SPX contracts, they're $1,500 at the money. Okay, SPY, to give you some context, okay, at the money calls, they're $170. Right, so that $1,500 can be better deployed by getting the 10 SPY contracts, because you can manage it a little more. Right, it just depends on your preference. Appreciate it, Justin. Appreciate it, Structure. Wow, a lot of birthdays this month. Happy birthday to your son, Structure, 15. Oh, not Structure, CW 198022. Right, we're just going back and forth in this territory. And if it just means taking these two, that's my first trade on SPY, actually. Right, if it just means taking those two trades and walking away, that's fine with me. 2 trades, 4 contracts, 9% profit. Happy birthday. Appreciate it, Milton. Right, what we don't like is when things get sticky, the back and forth. So this, to be right here and not get stopped out, more than likely, if you want to see a stop loss of less than 20%, you're going to have a 1 DTE. So you can be right from the standpoint of direction, but be wrong from the standpoint of risk, because we're spending a lot of time in this area because of the time horizon. That makes sense. Right, so I want to see some sort of separation away from this territory. We're just stalling, burning premium here. This was nice. This grab those lows, sweep, continue push. That was nice. So now the question becomes, do we have enough fuel to continue to push the upside? If we don't have enough fuel, that might reset us back into these lows. If we do have enough fuel, we probably start gravitating back towards the heart of the gap, the gap down. Okay. What's our friend? The Qs are at VWAP already. Qs are at VWAP already. Yeah, I primarily trade the zeros. Yep, the most dangerous contracts, of course. Some of our traders trade 1 DTEs, 2 DTEs. That's fine. I like the zeros. I like to live a little bit on the edge sometimes. I tend to go with the ones, maybe a bigger picture idea. If anything on the 15-minute, right? And if you're looking to hold your position greater than 15 minutes, a majority of your position, more than likely you're going to have to go with at least one DTE. All right, I'm looking to hold my position anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes. A majority of my position, 3 to 5 minutes. So the ones are great, but they're not going to give me the best bang for my buck, because I want to know if I'm right or wrong very quickly. Right, so if I'm playing a bigger picture idea, I'll use the further dated contracts and let it play out. If that makes sense. Okay. So it just depends on your time horizon. We have this massive, of course, this flag under the waves. Okay, nice compression there. See if that break starts to crack. At least breaks below 681.31. Okay, if we have 100 likes, we'll do the giveaway, guys. If we can crack below 681.44, which is that PML, let's see if we can create separation back to the downside. Since the only area we have strength is stemming from the Qs, we want to see the Qs reject off that view up as well. If the Qs can start to break down, more than likely that'll lead SPY to break down as well. And make sure to like the video, guys. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Okay, we're almost there, guys. We're at 94, 95 likes. 95 likes. We already had 500 plus people stop by. Okay, see if you get the nice engulfing candle. Okay, starting to go. Okay, QQQ reject the VWAP. That's really fueling us, excuse me, to the downside. Engulfing candles on the 5 across the board. So in this case, this setup, right, when I took it here, a little too early. I have to just let it do its thing, let everything settle in, and let that synchronized selling take place. Because at this particular juncture, if you go back and rewind, 1042, who's just SPY having that shooter, candle didn't close, we continue to push higher. Okay, so just be a little more patient. You see all the engulfers on the 5. So if we break below these lows, we continue to push lower, we'll be good to go. So in this case with the zeros, you'll probably have to sit through 25, 30% drawdown to be in that. Up to this point with the ones or the twos, maybe you see 10, 15% drawdown. Okay. The question now becomes, is there going to be some follow through behind it, or is every level going to be contested? Right? Is every level going to be contested, or is there some follow through behind it? So you're going to see every pop lead to a drop. So even though you're getting a nice little pop, you just want it to go like that, and then boom. You're going to go like that, and then boom. Done for the day. Blew my email account, but it's okay. Still working on my trading. Bullies hovering all around me. While I trade. Impatient again. Got the vesting, however, I'm green on a small Webull account, 9.47%. Trading my Webull feels different than eval account. I'm going to limit myself on eval. Yeah, the evals, yeah, you just have to find a strategy that works. We tend to over leverage those evals. Again, I did the eval. We did that last year, right? Where we took on the challenge. It took me 2 attempts to pass. And then the psychology is different, right? I end up passing. And then, of course, I blow within 2 days. because naturally it's in the back of your mind. You know, it's if you blow the account, okay, you lose $50, $100, whatever it is. There's no real consequence, right? If you try to do the same thing with your real account, you know there's real consequences. But maybe that might be the underlying thing with the evals, right? But I can see why it becomes like just a perpetual cycle, right? So I just said, hey, you know what? And it's hard to trade both of them at the same time. It's hard to trade both at the same time. I really enjoy your style. I came from another channel. If you ask a question, he'll literally call you out on live. Says he doesn't like candle traders, but won't explain 1, 2, 3 quadrants. Let me tell you guys, when it comes to trading, there's a lot of intellectual stimulation, intellectual vanity associated with a lot of strategies. Okay, so it just sounds cool. It sounds like, you know, it makes you look smart. But at the end of the day, does it get the job done? Yes or no? That's what matters, right? You can have all these different cool terminologies, all these different cool terms, and you can say, hey, I don't use this indicator because I'm above this indicator, or I'm too intelligent. Just now, when people are doing that, right, or if you catch yourself doing that, I played that for a little bit. I did that for a little bit on my journey as well. But you're not a trader, okay? You're just infatuated by the chart. You're more of an artist. You're not actually doing the primary job of engaging with the markets with the best way possible, identifying opportunities, capitalizing off the opportunities, regardless of the tools. You're more playing the game of charts and pretty drawings and understanding the algorithm and this and that. It's just, at the end of the day, leads you nowhere. The reason why candlesticks are so important is because it gives us the most important piece of information at that particular time about price. So if you're not using candlesticks, right, so how are you getting information about the most important thing, right, on price movement? So this tells us minute by minute where we opened, where we closed, where was the high, where was the low. And based on those 4 components, we can tell if there are more buyers or sellers at that particular price level. That's why candlesticks are so important. Because if we rewind back in time, guys, this was a beautiful breakdown, right? If you took that, congratulations. If we rewind the clock and go to the early days of trading, like the days of Jesse Livermore, all right, what they would do is there was no charts. What they would do is they would literally write the price on a piece of paper. So what price do you think they would write? The opening price, the closing price, the high, the low, and the current price. Based on those 4 pieces of data, or 3 pieces of data, they make those decisions to buy, sell, okay, to buy more, based on those pieces of information. So if we remove candles, right, candles are just reflecting what's going on at that particular time, giving us a visual representation of price. This was beautiful. Right, if you took this, guys, beautiful job. Okay. So the question becomes, what are you using to get that visual representation of price? And if you use any indicator, if you use any order flow, any of that, any fancy tool you're using is just a derivative of price. It cannot go ahead of price. Because everything that's factored into those indicators, right, come from price. It's just a visual representation to view it a different way. Does that make sense? This was nice, guys. If you caught that, beautiful. That breakdown 50-50 took some time to play out, but once that synchronized selling kicked in, engulfing candles took place, Qs fell off, everything started to sell off. Good, good, good. There's some people who use all sorts of different things, right? All sorts of different things. There's people who use the moon, people who use waves, like ocean waves, people who use wind direction. Okay, there's all sorts of different things you can use, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is the price. Okay, the way you interpret the price, the way you can analyze if there's a good area to buy, or this is too high to buy, or this is it's not low enough to buy. Is based on how you interpret the activity in that area. So we grab these lows, see if we continue to push the upside. Hit target already, guys. Hit target already. We explode above that 23, continues to push. So this setup required patience. Okay, this required a ton of patience. How we do it? Anyone take that, strikers? Strikers? Stopped out 30% IWM PML break. Beautiful job, Lynn. Can you explain how you draw those boxes, support resistance? Yeah, we'll do that in just a little bit. Dump it, holding one runner. Beautiful job. Firefly. 20 MA, rejection. Back in play. Minus 1,000 ticks. Double bottom, yep. Call it right out, trade wins. So what they're going is they're going to those lows, grabbing it, going the other way. The only question is, after this initial pop, does it have how much does it have? Does it have enough to continue? But this pop itself is a decent double-digit scalp. I was in the channel where a guy was making statements like, "Please forgive me, money." At the end of the day, guys, whatever works for you works. All right, if it works, if you can get something to work, work it, make it work. All right, that's why if it's EMAs, if it's RSI, if it's MACD, all right, all I ask is keep price first, use everything else to support price, manage risk accordingly, take profits regularly, and over time, you'll be in good shape. All right, there's no one particular way of trading that's more superior than another. There's more of what takes place between the ears. Took that for 67%. Beautiful job, Manny. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. We're at 100 likes. We'll do a giveaway here at 11:30. So put your names in the chat for the giveaway. Okay, yeah, anytime you guys have questions, guys, throw your questions in the chat. All right? Done for the day. Green today. Thank you. Absolutely, Mia. Great job this week, guys. I know it hasn't been an easy week with all the conflict. I've been a little under the weather on my end, but still got to do our best to show up. Because again, at the end of it, I mean, of course, cognitively you can be a little slow, but you're just lifting your finger. That's all you're doing. That's the nature of the work. Both possibilities that exist now. 20 MA rejection, double bottom breakout. The VIX is above that 23. If the VIX continues to push and try to seek that 24, maybe it takes another leg all the way back that monthly open. On SPY, let's take a look at the Qs. So the Qs have been giving us the reads, right? The Dow has been dumping and the Qs have been giving us the reads. Look at the chat, guys. 103 votes. Bullish or bearish. 50-50. 50-50 split. That might be the first time we got a 50-50 split. Giveaway time, guys. Put your names in the chat. We'll discuss what the giveaway is for. We'll also go over how to join our community if you're ready to level up your trading. That breakdown was nice, guys. Still a lot of selling pressure. Synchronized selling across the board. Did he use another signal there? Okay, look at that. Easy. Gave another signal. Give a signal right here. So notice how, okay, I'm programming it to where it doesn't give you, it tries to avoid the fake outs. Notice how it gave this signal here and gave that signal here. It didn't give this signal here. So in this case, okay, 4R, 2R, just shy of 1R. So this will take a lot of the guesswork out. So I don't want you to take it verbatim, but I just want you to use it as a supplement, right? Just to give you an idea. Okay, just to give you an idea. Okay, names in the chat. We got Brad. We got Brad. We got Broad. We got John M. Akuna. Hussein L. So this thing is already at target. We got SPX. We got Rico Grant. We got Miso. No, this is not available on TradingView. It's not going to be publicly available, right? So there's not just a regular indicator. It's a custom indicator. Because look, it's going to be worth your investment. It's going to pay for itself. Here you go. Puts there, puts there, puts here, calls there. All right, so it'll be available soon. I'll let you guys know how to access it. All right. Automatic gives you the levels, okay? Gives you the breakpoints. It gives you the aggressive risk. It gives you the conservative risk. It gives you the TP. It gives you the TP targets. Right? It gives you this market synchronization. All right, so you at least want 3 of the 4 to be in your direction. Okay, we're starting to see the Qs make a small move to the upside. SPY start making a move to the upside. Dow still going south. IW is trying to make a move to the upside. VIX still up. Okay. But this already hit target. So areas where price tends to reverse and go the other way is when it hits target. It's almost like an exchange between buyers and sellers. All right. At some point, profit has to be taken. And then now it goes back the other way. Just buyers, sellers, buyers. Going back and forth. Okay. Very straightforward. This is perfect for, it's only going to be functional from 9:30 to 11:30. I don't want you to trade all day past that window. Okay, you make some rules around it. All right, there's a couple of more tweaks I need to complete, and we'll be ready. We'll be ready. So put your names in the chat, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Help us get to 5,400 subs. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. We'll do the giveaway at 11:30. What are we giving away? For the folks who did win the giveaway yesterday, I will send out all the stuff. I didn't get a chance to send some of the stuff out, so just be on the lookout. Make sure you DM me the code word. I will send those links out shortly. So what are we giving away? Here we're giving this away. Okay, we're giving away the course bundle. All right, Shockwave 15. So Shockwave 15 is the strategy. This is the indicator for the strategy. So it takes the guesswork out of it. All right, so you have access to the Shockwave 15 strategy. You can do it on your own. And the 5-hour get it started day trading course. This is what's for the giveaways for. That's what it's for. Okay. If you're interested in joining our community, go to the community tab. Apex plan. All right. $50 a month. Trial 30. Use the code trial 30. Save 20% off your plan. Yearly plan, that's available. All right. Comes with the coaching call, bootcamp ticket. So we don't have a bootcamp on the schedule as of yet, so I'll let you know when the next bootcamp is. But all this is available for you to join. All right. So again, take advantage while the prices are low. Trial 30 is the code. Okay, trial 30. You save 20% off. So giveaway in a few minutes. Today's stream will run it until maybe 1 o'clock, 1:30ish in that time. Funny that every time I call a $10 drop, we do have a huge drop. I assure you, it's pure coincidence. I missed out on those indicators. How much is it gonna cost? I'll see how I'm gonna work it out. I'll see what I'm gonna do. How I'm gonna release it. But it's gonna be worth it, guys. It's gonna be worth it. We go over the levels anyways. But if you just need something, it's just plug and play. Right, this is definitely going to be worth it. You can even adjust it. Okay, you can even adjust it. I have one where you can adjust it. I'm looking to make two. Okay, I'm looking to make two. One for the 5-minute and one for the 15-minute. Okay, we're just going to adjust this one to the 5-minute as well, and let's see how that did. Okay. See how it did. If we adjust it to the 5-minute, I think it's going to give us the 5-minute. Okay, so here. This is the 5-minute. Okay. Even on the 5-minute. All right. Let's erase all the drawings. So now we adjusted this to the 5-minute range. The first 5 minutes of the day. Even on the 5-minute, it didn't give you the signal here. You notice? It didn't say take calls there. It said take calls here. It didn't say take calls here on the reclaim. So what I'm working on is making sure that trying to eliminate all the false signals. Right? It's hard to eliminate all of them. You're not going to get it perfect. But if you can eliminate more than half of them, that would be great. So this one, look, you can see this goes to target. You take calls there, it goes to target. Take puts here, goes to two targets. Okay, so it doesn't tell you to take puts here. In fact, this is where I took the puts, a little early. Okay, I was looking for early entry for that retrace reject. Okay, but it does tell you here. Okay, but you don't get stopped out. Let's just do some rewind. Just rewind a little bit. Okay, so 5-minute orb. So it tells you take the puts here. Goes to what first target. Tells you to take the puts here. You get stopped out. Stop out right there. Tells you take the calls here. So there's 3 trades. But if you are looking to trade this, you must follow the risk parameters religiously. You cannot trade it and just say, I'm going to take it here, and then just my risk is infinite. You have to trade it to a T, how it's designed to be traded. You choose what your risk is. Okay, do you want it conservative? You can even have something less than that. That's up to you. All right, but this is the max risk. This would be aggressive. All right, a lot of people trade ranges like this. Okay, they trade ranges like this, and their TPs here. In the long term, this is not going to work because the losses you're taking are too large. If you're taking a range like this, okay, your TP has to at least be equivalent or greater. All right, and it tells you to take the calls there. It smashes a bunch of targets. Let's rewind a little bit. Okay, so again, here we go. Here's the time where it didn't work. Okay, so you get stopped out here. Again, we're just measuring from the standpoint of if it hits TP or not. You're going to see some green, but if we say at least hit that first target, 2 for 1, so risk 1 to make 2, you get stopped out there, you're red. All right, fine. Another opportunity comes. Your stop is here. Okay. You recover here, and it actually goes all the way to TP3. Granted, the action was ugly, but you're able to recover. So at least you're able to get back to break even or be green. Right? So you have to trade it the same way each time. Let's see one more, and then we'll jump back to SPY. Here we go. I already saw that one. Here we go. We saw that one already. I want to go all the way to a random. I don't want to cherry pick. Okay, tell me when to stop. Someone just say stop. So it can just be completely random. Just say stop in the chat. Just say stop. Okay, I'll stop here. All right. Okay, so this is the 5-minute. And the key is you have to trade it only from 9:30 to 11:30. Puts here, puts here. Okay, so that'll be available. There's gonna be 2 of them. There's gonna be the 5-minute and the 15-minute. Now we're doing that same dance where we just chop around. Very similar to what took place here. It took some time, got the break. So we're going to take some time here and then go back to upside. We shall see. Okay, unless the thing is, okay, we'll keep going. I'll stop here. Okay. I think there's a calendar somewhere on TradingView here. Let's go to random day in October 9. October 9. Okay. October 9. So where were we on October 9? Okay, here we go. That takes us to October 9. Okay. All right. Anyways, well, you guys get the point. Okay. So it's not going to give you 1,000 signals. I tried to make it as best entries as possible. If you trade it over 100 trades, continue to use it, make a few modifications, but manage the risk accordingly. That'll be a great plug and play indicator. Okay. So any more names for the giveaway, guys? Let me know. Any more names for the giveaway? Make sure to like the video, guys. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to subscribe. Okay, I'm going to release it beginning of Q2. Beginning of Q2. So by the end of the month, April kicks off. It's going to be available. Right now, it's only available. It's going to be only available for equities. So like SPY, QQQ, Tesla, whatever the names are, during that 9:30 to 11:30 window. All right. I will make it also available to where it does it automatically for each open for futures traders. So what I mean by that is every session open, it will give you the levels. Okay, Sydney session opens up, we'll draw the levels. Asia session opens up, we'll draw the levels. London session opens up, we'll draw the levels. Okay. So really and truly, you can apply it 4 times. You just have to pick your time window if you're a futures trader, right? And you have to know how each of those sessions trade, right? Each of those sessions have different personalities. If you guys saw the South Korean market, right, it got halted one day and it's made a record high back the upside the next day, 12% to the upside, right? So there's an entire market that exists when we're all asleep. Okay, put more names in the chat, guys, and we'll do the giveaway. What would be the cost? What would you pay for it? What would it be worth to you? You put in the chat. What would it be worth to you? What would it be worth to you for a system to give you the entries, higher probability setups, 5 days a week? What price tag would you put on it? So you guys tell me. We got Brandon, we got Satya, we got Andre. I got you, Brandon. Okay. So second shift is officially done. Best trade of second shift, of course, is the breakdown. I was a little premature in the breakdown, and I'm getting stopped out. Eventually breaks down. First shift, didn't take any trades on first shift. I did take QQQ, a nice push to the upside. What would it be worth to you? Chop, 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 100% trade wins. You got that same area, right? Just between this area. What do you used to call it? The chop zone and the millionaire zone. We got John Q. I got John Q. Dark Johnny Q. So 11:45 we'll do the giveaway. 11:45 we'll do the giveaway. So we're already in third shift. The time is starting to pick up. Sorry, been working late today. Yeah, that's the indicators under construction close. No worries. I know where the targets are based on the quadrant calculation. No, so the way it's going to be is just once you have the indicator, you have access to it. That's it. So we got 4K, we got monthly one time, so one time. We got $3.99. We got, sorry, I may have missed it, but bullish, bearish, aggressive, conservative levels based on previous day pivots. Orb, ATR, so they're based on mathematical calculation of the range itself. Yeah, 100%. So strikers are always going to have a different price. And I do appreciate everyone's membership, guys. I love the community we're building. I never take it for granted. That's why I'm always showing up, right? Try my best to show up, put my best foot forward. And so when I see people making progress and making strides in their journey, getting better at different elements of trading, that's what keeps me going. Because I know how hard it is. Trading is not easy. Okay, it's not easy at all. The fact that you guys show up makes me show up. And if you really you have love for the game, right, you have no choice but to show up. Okay, so we got 5K. So keep putting more prices, guys. Keep putting more prices. What is it worth to you? What is it worth to you? Now we're colliding with those waves. Let me just have a quick refill on the coffee. Let's take a listen to our friends at CNBC. Don't forget tomorrow's Free Trade Friday. So join us for the free tier. Join the free tier Discord to get access. Dow drops 800 points. Okay, we know that. We saw that take place. The Dow and IW were the first ones to break those lows. Okay, so I'm going to be right back. I will do the giveaway. We're going to do 2 giveaways, guys. 2 giveaways. We'll do it how it is at 12 o'clock. Okay, at 12 o'clock we'll do the giveaway. Just give me a second. Let me go refill my coffee, and I'll be right back.
Agents leading the S&P on a morning where you would imagine tourism takes a hit. You pointed to a couple of different
I think that's much more about they were in the penalty box because AI was going to kill them along with the rest of software, and now there may be a little bit of relief to sense that OpenAI might not be trying to do it itself. So it's really hard to look through it and get a macro message, except for airlines down 11% this week. I mean, the market's trying to limit the damage to the areas that seem very, very specifically impacted. I think it's a buffer that the economic data have been good. Earnings obviously did what they had to do. So it's not as if we're having a macro panic, although financial conditions have tightened. Yields up, dollar up, oil up, VIX up. That means financial conditions
and all
tightened.
those things are, interestingly, oil up, dollar up, yields up, all still playing out today.
That's right.
That presents a risk ultimately, right?
It does. I mean, whether that's just kind of going to be an offset to some of the tailwinds, or it presents something where the financial markets find it gets to a level where the equity indexes can't hold their range. That much we'll see. But I do think that again, we certainly accounted for some of the potential impact, but have tried to keep one hand in, this might be fine, and we might be looking back on this as a passing storm.
Okay, Mike, thank you for summarizing it always very eloquently. Up next, an exclusive with the CEO of Okta on the back of Q4 results. Stock getting caught up in the software sell-off to start the year, but bucking the trend certainly this morning, up 9%. We'll be right back.
Behind this couple's financial future is their advisor, who's building a portfolio designed to meet all their needs. And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by a deep bench of experts who have consistently delivered year after year. Fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years.
You can get behind that.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
You play by the rules. Then things happen. Prices keep climbing. Every month, a new expense. And the debt adds up. So how do you face it? It starts with a call, then a plan. At National Debt Relief, we'll negotiate with your creditors so you pay less than you owe. And just like that, you're back on track. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit GoNDR.com to get started.
It was the stock market that started history's greatest wave of wealth creation. From factory workers in Detroit to farmers in Omaha, anyone could own a piece of the great American companies. But today, our most innovative companies are staying private longer, which means everyday Americans are missing out. Until now. Introducing VCX, the public ticker for private tech.
Guys, if you want to build or maintain more muscle, you need to hear this. Because now there's Muscle Code by Nautilus, originally funded by NASA. This breakthrough formula is clinically studied to be up to 10 times better at stimulating muscle synthesis than whey protein isolate. Ordinary protein powder has extra sugar, can take hours to digest, and has extra calories. Muscle Code has 0 sugar, works in 20 minutes, and has no extra calories.
Since I've been taking Muscle Code, I really feel a difference.
Now I'm building muscle fast, getting stronger, and looking younger.
And gram for gram, it's clinically studied to be up to 10 times better at stimulating muscle synthesis than whey protein isolate, which means faster, more efficient muscle building. Muscle Code's patented breakthrough formula is originally funded by NASA, made in the USA, with globally sourced ingredients, and guaranteed to support muscle protein synthesis or your money back. Save 10% off and get free shipping at musclecode.com. That's musclecode.com.
Can you believe this, man?
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on the way.
Whoa! I didn't even see those guys.
So what about us now?
Luckily, I'm pretty adorable. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Breaking earnings news. American Eagle, Broadcom, Costco, Gap. Market reaction, expert analysis, strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
I get my ideas from Mad Money everywhere. I look at everything as a stock. I study it all the time. My viewers are my bosses. You come to my show and you learn how to do stocks.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, CNBC, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Welcome back. Take a look at shares of Okta today. The identity security firm climbing after reporting a beat on the top and the bottom line for Q4. Full year guidance above consensus. Says AI is, quote, redefining the future of software, especially when it comes to securing AI agents. Joining us this morning in a CNBC exclusive is Okta's co-founder and CEO Todd McKinnon.
Anyone in Jim Cramer's investing club? Do we have any Jim Cramer investing club members joining us today? How we doing, strikers? How we doing? How we doing? Who's done for the day? Okay, 399, 608, breakout. Waiting for retest, keeps rejecting. Pouring for retest. Okay. There isn't really anything to trade here. Top gaming edge. Right, we're just in the middle of the range. For what it's worth, I'll pay 500, okay. Tim Dan. Okay, so giveaway in 12 minutes, guys. All right, we're working our way back to that PML. Back to that PML. Last time we were there, we spent a good chunk of time there. We broke above it, got back below it, broke above it, got back below it. Finally broke down when we saw that engulfing candle on the 5-minute across all 4 indexes. We got ganache. Let's take a look at what's moving today. What's moving intraday? Just chopping around, guys. Just chopping around. We're outside of that window. First 2 shifts. First 2 shifts. This is a current channel we're using to work our way back towards that daily open, that pre-market low. See how long we can sustain that channel. See how long we can sustain that channel. Waves are still waving to the downside on the 5. Clean this up a little bit. We swept those prior day lows, of course, and of course that weekly downside breaker. VWAP 681.92. Out of all the 4 indexes, the Qs are the closest to VWAP. The Qs are the closest to VWAP. Did I miss the giveaway? No, 9 minutes away from the giveaway. 9 minutes away. Okay, let's just zoom out to the daily real quick. So this is where we are, guys. So coming into the day, we talked about the importance of paying attention to what takes place on that daily candle. We'll start to get a sense of direction once we break those lows. Prior to that, we were trading within that pre-market low, pre-market high range. And of course, we were trading below that, in between that prior day high, prior day low. So now we got that nice initial, that engulfing candle. We break below it. We got that nice reversal, 2 down, 2 up. And of course, we start pushing back the downside. So this could very well turn into a nice little dead cat bounce back to the downside. The question becomes, do we dip back below? Do we dip back below this 3% pullback territory? The last time we pulled back by 3%. We need with 3%. We fell all the way into 670. We got bought back up very quickly. So even if we do fall back to that territory, we know that there's willing buyers, aggressive buyers below below this 674, right? Basically from 675 all the way to 670. There's some aggressive buyers on the higher time frame in that territory. If we continue to sell off, right? If we continue to sell off for the rest of the day, we get back below daily downside breaker. I'm curious to see if we can start to work our way to 675. Scenario 1, right? If we open up the next day, possibly in the jaws of this territory. Or if we can start to recover, we start to fail to hold enforcement to the downside, we wick back up, we get back to 50% retrace of the day, potentially take out the other side. Do we have enough fuel? That could be a possibility. In the case where we go doji, where we just take out this candle's lows and this candle's current price gets close to the open, maybe just slightly above the open, we get that doji. So that's that indecision. So a lot of things can take place from where we are now. So the action that we did see on Wednesday, we basically gave back those profits. We're pushing to the downside. As far as what's moving, we're seeing Walmart down 4%. That breakdown on Walmart was gorgeous. Now Walmart is coming to this critical support. As the Dow broke, okay, Walmart broke as well. Walmart had that inside candle, starts to break, continues to push. Now as Walmart continues to push, guys, it's coming into this critical support territory. The last time Walmart was in here, there was a nice opportunity. So now there's the same thing kind of take place here. I want to see how we interact with this 121.92, 120.88 territory on Walmart. All right, so we're still uptrend mode on Walmart, right? We're still in uptrend on Walmart, right? We're just coming back to that 20 MA. Last time Walmart was at that 20 MA was right here in January. Okay, so our first official test of that 20 MA in 2026. Okay, if we get that continued selling in the Dow, we're probably going to see Walmart break this level. But coming into it, this is support. So if I see any signs of a hammer, any signs of a candle that shows potential reversal here, right, I'm looking to take this back the upside. Preferably, what would be nice is if we continue to have a full body sell, and then tomorrow we get a break below those lows, and then maybe get a hammer. That'll set us up for next week. Right, that would be very, very, very interesting to see what Walmart does. What Walmart does for the remainder of the day and the remainder of the week, and there possibly can be an opportunity there. All right, today that breakdown, of course, was available. Google down 1%. Google's coming to support as well. 50 EMA, so you can drop a little lower. Palantir flat. Palantir's already making some strides to the upside. Palantir did reclaim that 200 EMA. Tesla, flat Tesla, that inside candle played out nicely the other day. That was one of our ideas. I want that candle to stay inside. That'll set us up for tomorrow. Amazon, 200 EMA rejection. Nvidia, completely flat, inside. Meta, okay, Meta, bigger picture, right? Not going anywhere fast. Just jumbled in the middle of the range, right at those EMAs as well. AMD, flat. See if that 200 EMA on AMD can hold on the daily. This bigger picture thinking, guys, higher time frame thinking. JPM, 3 down. So it took out those highs and just completely collapsed. MU, inside as well on MU. Robinhood, okay, starting to fall back below 80. CMG, okay, CMG. What else is moving? SoFi. See if SoFi can hold above 1905, 1906 territory. It's at 1909, even that 19 hold. That 19 hold number hold on SoFi is very intriguing. We do have a nice channel break on SoFi. All right, so keeping a close eye on SoFi. CRWV, nice little dead cat bounce there. Full list, who's the biggest winner so far. Okay, biggest loser, Abercrombie & Finch. OKLO, Billy, Mara, Lucid, Wolf, CRISPR, Merck. Biggest winners, TTD, Okta, C, ServiceNow, so software names, Intuit, Team. So you can see TTD, Okta, C, ServiceNow, Intuit, Teams, Atlassian, CRM. So all those software names are getting bought up off those lows, right? So again, software name, this can be a nice, it's a little too early to call reversal, but it can be early signs of reversal, more than likely a dead cat bounce. All right, so what you want to see is you want to see it continue to bounce, and then you want to see some sort of weakness for a day or two and see if it drops back to the downside. All right, so a relatively flat day. Nothing much going on. Okay, 3 minutes away from the giveaway, guys. 3 minutes away. 3 minutes away from the giveaway. We're going to do 2 giveaways. 2 giveaways. Okay, that's QQQ. Let's take a look at QQQ. That inverse head and shoulder, beautiful. Okay. You're right here, yeah. You guys see it? Yeah, nice. Push back the upside. See if it has room. All right, if we can slowly crawl its way up to this territory. As long as it respects this channel. It probably wants to take this channel into that area as it grinds slowly. So we already swept these lows. These lows are still up for grabs. And of course, if we look at those highs, okay, you can make the argument the Q's already somewhat broke out. It's a good catch on the Q's. Got 680 calls, 21%. Beautiful job, Milton. So I'll put an alert on the Q's to see if this channel breaks. As long as that alert doesn't go off, more than likely the Q's are still climbing. So very similar thing with SPY as well. IWM. We just look at the action without taking anything into consideration. We can see IW. Of course, that massive gap down. We have first shift lows, right? We peaked above it. Once the Q start to fade, once SPY start to fade, when everything started to fade, we got that reclaim back to downside. Nice dead cat bounce. When everything sold off, we saw it on SPY as well. Okay. Structural collapse into those lows. So IWM as well is kind of just stuck in the mud here. Right? Stuck in the mud. Maybe you can make an argument for rounded bottom on its way up. If it wants to climb. If it has a rounded bottom back to the upside, if it follows the integrity of this rounded bottom, maybe cup and handle. Out of here. But the primary thing is, can IW, right, make its way to this territory here. Okay. DIA. DIA right out the gate was the laggard. You can see multiple breaks. So DIA is using this channel. Keep a close eye on that channel. Okay, back to SPY. Qs are starting to wake up. Great job, Milton. Let's take a look at the Qs now. Okay, Qs are back to VWAP. So this is our second time at VWAP. 11 o'clock, we're at VWAP. About an hour later, we're back at VWAP. SPY is working its way to VWAP. Okay, so giveaway time, guys. Giveaway time. And now we're back at that PML. All right, we're going to do 2 giveaways. 2 giveaways. So put your names in the chat for the giveaway to be eligible. TP 609 right under VWAP. If you use runners, target 609.92. Yeah, that was a good TP, right? If you're going to TP, yep, right just before that VWAP. Trying to give it a quick second to watch that interaction. You can, but always good to TP. Okay. Jessica. Santos. Amanda. Acuna. I think I got you, Acuna. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Here we go to VWAP. Okay, SPY's starting to pick up some speed. If we start to pick up some speed, a good reclaim would be if the VIX can stay below 23. Stay below 23. Okay, nice break of VWAP on the Qs. First one to go. First one to get above VWAP. Now, see if you can hold above VWAP to declare that the peak above VWAP and a trap above VWAP. So just be on the lookout for that. See if you can hold that VWAP now. Create as much separation away from VWAP as possible. Possibly get into that 610. If you can get to 610, that would be great. SPY's at VWAP now. See if you get that nice push. We have second shift highs there. Nice grind higher, slow grind higher, but it made its way. So same applies for SPY. Can it hold above VWAP? Qs are above 610. Qs are above 610. SPY is back above that daily open. We're below 23 on the VIX. Okay, we're starting to work our way out of this bounce zone. This next 5-minute candle is critical. We got X, we got SPX, we got Hue, we got Bella. Okay, we're gonna do the giveaway here, guys. We got X. All right, we're going to do 2 giveaways. So put your names in the chat for the giveaway. It's a nice call, trade wins. That was a beautiful trade. You took the zeros? Or you went with the ones? Zeros. Zeros for life. All right. Giveaway. We got Bryant. We got Shane. We got Wandra. Giveaway in 10 seconds, guys. 10. 9. I know there's a slight delay on YouTube. 8. Strikers, if you want to be in the giveaway, let me know. When you do win, you get access. Love the alerts. It can be used for equities like NVIDIA and Tesla. Yeah, it can be used for equities like NVIDIA and Tesla. All the false alerts. And you can add alert strength. Yeah, that's what I'm looking to do. Primarily... so watch out for that VWAP peekaboo, okay? Peekaboo is basically, it's like whack-a-mole. All right, you get into that VWAP, you get up to VWAP, and then price peaks above it, and then boom, drops back below it. Okay. That was a good TP warning trade wins. Right? That thing ran all the way to 610. And look at that. With aggression. With aggression. And now we're back below VWAP. Qs are testing VWAP. SPY's back below VWAP. An aggressive selling here. Okay. There goes the Dow. Dow's breaking structure. Okay. We're looking at the SPY on a different chart, so we're not going to miss it. Re-see. Okay. Stopped out. The pullback Q. Call 75 to 150. I like how you use the little further strikes. Another layer of risk, right? Brad. Call ram. Usually go three points out, 3 strikes out. Small risk, big reward. Any other contestants, guys? Going once? Going twice? James. All right, let's spin the wheel. Any strikers? Zeros all the way. It's all too soon. See profit, take profit. Absolutely. And look at that's a good. And when you're sitting through that kind of choppy activity, right, and then it starts to see some green, and then it gets a drop like that, right? The value of those contracts quickly evaporates. Quickly evaporates. So great job on locking in. It's officially 12 o'clock, guys. Officially 12 o'clock. We got James. We got Brett. Okay, let's spin the wheel. So, okay. All right, first winner. Make sure we're liking the video, guys. First winner is Jessica. Is this your second time winning, Jessica? Congrats, Jessica. Okay. Look at that, guys. Okay, we're starting to pick back up above that 23. Keyword for today. Keyword for today is patience. Keyword for today is patience. Send me a DM in the free tier Discord, Jessica, to claim your prize. Okay, I'll add you to the Google Meets classroom and you'll have access to the course material. Wow, what a drop, guys. So you can see how hard bulls, how hard they fought to get price up there. And look at the ease in which this fell. They were fighting tooth and nail. They get it up there, get them up daily open, trap, whoosh, slice right through it. Inverse on the 5, doctor. Let's take a look at that. Yep, right shoulder potentially forming. Yeah, I can see that in this territory. Good call. As long as those lows remain intact, that's how I watch. We got neckline up here. Can even put that possibly be higher. Right shoulder can be even a little higher. And the thing is, look how efficient price is here, right? There's no inefficiencies. Okay, so congrats, Jessica. Right, you can see this is the spot for that right shoulder. Good call out, doctor. This is back in this chop zone. All right, so more than likely, you're gonna have to navigate this with precision. Scalp. If you don't have that ability, if you're green, then just let it be. Just leave it alone. So Jessica, make sure to send me a DM. Okay, second giveaway, guys. Second giveaway. Okay, any more contestants? For my name, did he get? Okay, got you. Suda. All right, we're gonna do the giveaway here. See profit, take profit. Yeah, see profit, take profit, guys. I know sometimes you can get away, and then you kind of feel like you missed it. But more times than not, you're gonna say, "Oh, thank God I took profit," because whoosh, look at that. Okay. That was an aggressive drop. Now we're starting to pick up some steam. Is the president talking by any chance? Is the president talking by any chance? Take a look. Okay, take off CNBC. Okay, ready for the second giveaway? Just want to confirm something if the president is talking. Okay, I don't think so. I don't see anything. Okay, second giveaway. So first winner was Jessica. Jessica sent me a DM. Code word, patient. Rather got out right before view up, 28%. Beautiful job, CVXTP hit. It hasn't been continuation in the market since before January. Take profit and reduce size. Let's survive the uncertainty in the market. And then you can go 100% bangers, 100%. Even in February, I don't know if you were trading in February trade wins, but outside of that first hour, that continuation follow through was very rare. That's a great protocol, right, guys? Just navigate, take your profits, manage your risk. All right, so those home runs are usually coming in. If you're looking for those home runs during the first hour, second hour. Okay. That 15-minute looks like a retrace reject. Very whipsaw action today. Absolutely, guys. So look at this. This was the move. They gave it to us. Okay, they gave us a move here, this move here, this move there, this move here. Okay, let's spin the wheel. Second winner. Second winner is Rakesh. Rakesh is the second winner. Again, Rakesh, send me a DM. Code word patience. With the code word patience. Okay, and your email in the DM, all right? You see that VWAP peekaboo, guys? We're moving in accordance with the VIX, with the Qs. Qs at a peekaboo. Look at the Qs. Okay, so the Qs, they're ripping and running. They come into this major resistance territory. They peak above it, engulf, start to push. We start to violate this channel support. We get that full breakdown. As we break down, right, now the question becomes, do we have enough room to drop into these lows? If we do, there's a lot of liquidity here. Right? There's a lot of liquidity here. See if they want to grab these lows, triple bottom, grab those lows, and go back the other way. And then when you start seeing that, you can start to see that, hey, actually, we're moving side to side. Okay? See, the next opportunity will be tied to this area here. Support until proved otherwise, liquidity grab until proved otherwise. Okay. A lot of whipsaw action. We're surprising we're still moving $1.11 per 5. Another flag break to the downside. The action on the 5 is cleaner than the 1. All right, again, those are better reads on the 5. So did this come in at 12:06? So that's past the window. Past the window. As you can see, came back right to that area as well, once again. Netflix tried to get above 100. Okay. Walmart puts at 10:06. Apple puts here, puts there, stopped out there. No calls on Apple. Google stopped out, puts there. Palantir puts there, calls there, calls there. So Palantir is moving a lot. All right, just whipsaw action across the board. Meta. Okay, see if the Qs go to those lows. SPY is headed to those lows as well. SPY is headed to those lows as well. $6.79 is the lows, and we're basically back at that monthly open, guys. That monthly open bounce. Monthly open bounce can be awaiting us. See if we can start to pump into that 24 on the VIX and start to show some signs of weakness. If we can get to 24 by the time we're in this territory and we start to reject off that 24, we can see a nice reaction out of this area. We're closing in on 3,470 subs, guys. Help us get there. We're 8 subs away. If you're not subscribed yet, make sure to subscribe. If you're a first-time viewer, put a 1 in the chat. Let us know where you're joining from. Q's doing the same thing, right? VIX has a little bit more room. A little more room. See if it can work its way up and then push lower. Yeah, that 1 hour 200 EMA, that 50 EMA right off the open were nice on the Qs. And the Qs are sitting right at that support as well. So you can see Qs come right to this support territory. See if the Qs can go 2 down, 2 up. See if the Qs can go 2 down, 2 up. Now the giveaway winners are Rockish and Jessica. So we will do another giveaway at 150 likes. Got your message, Jessica. And for the winners yesterday, I didn't get a chance to send out the link. So just send me a DM. I have some of the DMs. I think we had 3 winners yesterday. See if we can go hammer on the Qs. Okay, Qs are starting to catch a bid. See if the Qs can pull back into 607.14. If the Qs go 2 down, 2 up, VIX starts to fade. I'll take the Qs back the upside. Okay. Looks like there might be one more drop left in it. I would prefer a grab of these lows rather than just an equal low. If we can get above those highs. Lotto 610s. Midday. Right. They're priced at $60. The sweep would be better because that entry would be that low. You're not going to sit through a lot of drawdown. As much drawdown as if you take it there, because any pullback, you're in that drawdown. This will be about $1. Take it back all the way, at least $1. Okay, so no signs of reversal yet. What I want to see on SPY, I'm keeping a close eye on the Qs on the side chart. What I want to see on SPY is that bounce off that monthly open, right, and the rejection off that 24 on the VIX. Okay, the 682s can be the equivalent for SPY for the Lotto. Okay, nice grab of those lows. See if we can start to continue to wick. Okay. Sweeping those lows, coming to the lows of the day. Okay, I'll take the Lotto right there on SPY. My risk would be, all right, break below that monthly low. So I'm in SPY here. At the 682's further strike. Lotto, see if I can get this back into, so basically past this point. We do have a lot of traffic upcoming. Basically past this point, and things can start getting interesting, and we can get that PML. In the meantime, what I want to see is I want to see the VIX start to slow down as it gets into this 24. Okay, I want it to slow down as it gets into 24. The Qs that trigger, okay, the Qs also triggered there as well. So if the Qs can move simultaneously, that'd be great. All right, this is basically Lotto territory. Yeah, we need to get above this zone here. There's a major zone. Starting reverse on the 5. I want that 5. If the 5 can go engulfing in the next minute and 20 seconds, that'd be great. For us to go engulfing on the 5, it would require us to get above that 679.60. 6. Okay, 679.66. We have a huge obstacle here, this key zone. Okay, the Q's already going. Okay, we're starting to speed up here. Something got into the markets. You see that speed? That infusion of volatility? You guys see the speed, guys? If we close below 678.62, I'll close Lotto. I'll give it about 20%, 20-25%. Do we get some news? Or is it just a pickup in the activity? At the end of it, I want us to turn to hammer. And when it's all said and done, if that 5 minute can close as a hammer, that'd be great. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Trade wins. Hard to get past that point. Nasty rejection. If we close below that monthly open, okay, I want that to hold. On the 5, nasty rejection on the Qs. Monthly open means the open of this month. I want to see the VIX slow down here. If it continues to go, we can start sliding to the downside. We really start to fold. Okay, I'll close it there. Okay, close it there for 20. Even though it's a Lotto, I can wait a little longer. I'll close it there for 20. Not liking how we're responding this monthly open. The key is to just boil down to here. If we can get past this point or not. If we can get past this point, we'd be in good shape. In the meantime, the VIX rejects off that 24. We reject off of it. We break below monthly low. Q's falling off a cliff. And just wrong in that case. All right, so monthly low was it. That's what it came down. That monthly open was it. And look at that, guys. What a dump. Nasty dump. If this thing continues to go, 670, 680. No respect for monthly open. No respect. Yeah, once it didn't hold that monthly open, that was the floor. The floor fell out. And we just blasted past that 24. So now the Bears are taking charge of the month. They're taking charge of the month. How low can this go? BOG. And where's the BOG from? This is March 3rd. March 3rd's gap. Where to fill that gap though? So this can go as low as everything falling. Primarily driven by the Qs. The Qs can hold that support. Can they completely break down? Fail to reclaim that pre-market low. And now everything's selling off. So in this case, this is my line of thinking. All right, here. Get this back into those highs, at that pre-market low. First obstacle is this territory here. Invalidation. If we can't hold that pre-market low, not pre-market low, the monthly open, which we failed to do, and if we don't start to resist off that 24 on the VIX, all right, that means time to exit and get off the train. To give you some context, I'm still holding that, okay? That would mean okay, got it for 60, stopped out at 45, 682s. They're at 33. Okay, so basically down 45 to 48%. The issue is if you're down that much, just to get back to break even, I mean, granted it's a lotto, but still, just to get back to break even, like you're going to have to get back past this territory up here. Right, within a certain period of time. If it takes a long time to get past that point, then you're just going to be sitting in the position, not really going anywhere. MTech on watch, I took 225 puts. Beautiful job, Andre. Anyone take the puts? QQQ puts, beautiful job. 677 on SPY can be spicy if we lose that area. 677. All right, 677, whole number. Getting close. That's slightly above that January's lows. 676.80 is January's lows. Down goes Fraser. Down goes Fraser is right. All right, so the best thing you can do is just move out of the way. Move out of the way. So we're stuck between that monthly open and January's lows right here. So do we hit January's lows? So on the daily, when we go to the daily real quick. Go to the daily real quick. So now, on the daily, there's a dead cat bounce. We're past, I think we're down on we're past that 3% mark. We might be past that 3% mark. Let's take a look real quick. Let's just zoom out. Okay, that 3% mark is 675.36. So right at that 100 EMA. Look at the speed of the time and sale. Look at that. Do you see this, guys? We did see something similar to this when it sped up there. A lot of sell orders coming in. And now just like that. Look at this. It's buyer just stepping in. And look at the time and sale. Keep in mind, the time and sale is filtered for orders of 500 and greater. Look at this. Okay. So the orders have to be greater than 500, large orders. And you know where we're landing, guys? We're landing right in that 675.82, 677.58. So all we did here was a retrace reject. We violated that zone. We come back into a retrace reject. And then we fall. And then now we're in this sweet spot. So this tightening channel is what led to the drop. So this here shakes out a lot of shorts. Okay, this here shook out a lot of shorts. Because if you're a short from here, you don't take profit, whoosh, evaporates. And then say if you're long here, whoosh, evaporate. Okay, so they're playing for keeps today. They are playing for keeps. They always play for keeps, but especially now during this time. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. 150 likes will do the giveaway. Giveaway winners, send me a DM. Okay. The trend is still to the downside. Let's see the Qs as well. Qs are trying to stabilize. Okay, this buying on the 1 is impacting the 5. If we start to crack back below the 24, that reclaim can come back to the table. If we bounce off that 24, continue to push lower. Let's do the end of stream poll. So the poll, today's poll is bullish or bearish 9:30 to 11:30. 52% say bearish, 48% say bullish. So could go either way. That's 130 votes. Okay. We're starting to see this pick up some speed, guys, picking up some steam. So after this first 2 windows, everything is just lottos. $677, 100%. Good job on taking the profits on those puts, Turbo, because QQQ. All right, to go long on QQQ, see if we get that hold. And then he gets that complete break. Gets that initial bounce. Someone comes to that territory, and he continues to sell off. So QQQ. Still inside. So QQQ is actually inside on the daily. If it breaks these lows, it will be direction on the daily. All right, so QQQ. See how that plays out. SPY, retrace, reject off that monthly open. This candle right there, that shakeout candle, That's $1.48. Okay. So this one candle moved. It was equivalent to maybe a 6 or 7 minute move on SPY. All right, so be careful, guys. Be careful, be careful, be careful. All right, we're starting to speed up here. Do we have any news? Do we have any news? That came in at 11:59. NVIDIA stops production of chips intended for Chinese market. Trump says he needs to be personally involved in choosing Iran's next leader. U.S. Central Command is now saying internally that the war against Iran is likely to last through September. Okay, so again, so we're coming very close to January's lows. See what kind of response we get off that level. So nothing, no major news. Because if we break below 670, 680, continue to sell off, hourly selling off, we have a chance of becoming directional on a monthly, meaning getting below February's lows. So we're right at January's lows now. Okay, we're right at January's lows. And if the VIX continues to extend, guys, more than likely we slice right through that level. Do we break below that level? You get a relief pop. See if we can slice right through it. No buyer step in there. This can lead us into the lows of the month. The Qs are about to become directional, guys. The Qs, if the Qs break below 603.44, they join the sell-off on the daily. Okay, the sell-off on the daily is primarily driven by the Dow. Right behind that is the IWM, and SPY. Okay, SPY, of course, did break those lows. A dead downside breaker, and now, of course, see if the Qs join the party. So this is the last line of defense for the bulls. At least get some sort of relief pop. No relief pop, we slice, dice, and potentially head to that 675.77. Okay. Anyone in the position? Yeah, 100%. Trade wins. We're looking to wrap up here, guys, shortly. So again, make sure to like the video. If you have any questions, drop your questions in the chat. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Tomorrow is Free Trade Friday, so tomorrow is Ramp Down Friday and Free Trade Friday. Make sure to join us tomorrow so we can cap off the week. Any UFC fans in the chat? Any UFC fans in the chat? Any UFC fans in the chat? It looks like they're getting the John Jones versus Alex Pereira fight done, guys. That's a huge fight. That's a huge, huge fight. I haven't been watching it a lot this year. It's not the same on Paramount. But that fight I'll definitely watch. Options trading bars. Welcome from South Carolina. How do I get added to the free tier Discord? The link is in the description. Free tier is available in the description. I'll drop the link as well. Before we wrap up, wasn't profit, did not cut it. IWM holding. All right, so just be careful, guys, in this territory. VIX is going north. Don't always try to catch the bottom. All right, there's a massive clear trend to the downside. The closer VIX gets to 25, the closer SPY will get to 675.77. And the thing is, guys, the contracts are increasing. The IV is increasing on the contracts. Okay, so the IV is actually increasing on the contracts throughout the day as the VIX increases. What we saw previously is the IV was decreasing throughout the day. Yeah, I'll probably get some sort of bot added to the Discord as well for flow. I mean, I don't trade off of flow, but if you guys think it can help the team, the community, make better decisions, the primary thing is as long as we have our essentials, the bare minimums, I think that's more than enough. But if it can help some people there, we can also include it. Because the main things with flow, just because there's options flow coming into a particular name, if there's a sweep, a golden sweep, it doesn't mean if there's a golden sweep on Tesla for calls, it doesn't mean you just take Tesla, right? Again, it's like an indicator. It's like an indicator. You're not using it as a primary driver to make those decisions. You're using it as supplementary, okay, to supplement, right? Okay, so now VIX is headed toward 25. If VIX rejects off that 25, we can possibly see a relief pop. 100%. 100%. No trade wins. Yeah, we've been at this thing since 24. Nothing really changes, guys. I mean, before when we were live, same strategy, same setup, same risk, different environmental conditions, different administration, different conflict, somewhat of a bigger audience on YouTube. Our community continues to grow organically, but we stay true to what we've been doing. Right, and that's the protocol, right? Just continue to use the same recipe, right? Bake the same cake, adjust it. Sometimes you got to use different ovens. You adjust the temperature based on the oven or the features, whatever it is, but we use the same ingredients. Same ingredients. Holloway is that fight this weekend? I'm definitely going to watch that Pereira and Jones fight. Pereira and Jones, I'll be there for it. Okay, see if we can start to reclaim here. Let's take a look at the 5. Okay, we got engulfers on all 4. We got simultaneous engulfing candles on the 5. As we went into 25 on the VIX and started to pivot away from it, we got that nice reclaim. So now the question is, you want these engulfing candles, okay, if you're waiting for candle closure for entries, you want the engulfing candles to hold across the board. Okay, you know, ideally, you want, if all of them can hold above that prior day candles high, that prior 5-minute candles high, so keep that enforcement, we'll be in good shape. The last thing you're going to see if you're bullish is to see these candles give some of those gains and the engulfing candles start to lose the body. You want that body to be as big as possible. Okay, because this is across the board. Okay, so pay attention to it there. See how it's engulfing, now it starts to shrink. The body starts to shrink. Okay, now it's starting to shrink. We're back below it. Now the VIX continues to try to climb back to 25. Right, so this requires advanced technique. So the next boot camp coming up, guys, the next boot camp coming up is our first advance. I'm not sure when exactly it's going to be. Is the advanced boot camp, our first series. Okay, it's going to be the advanced boot camp. Okay, advanced boot camp. All right, in that boot camp, we're going to go advanced, not advanced boot camp. We're going to go over the exact technique that I use to trade SPY. The exact technique I use to trade SPY. All right, so if you had to attend that boot camp, okay, I highly suggest taking the first course, because we're not going to go over the basics and we don't have time to cover all that stuff. Right, so that boot camp is gonna break down the exact system I use to trade SPY. Okay, along with the environmental conditions. Basically what you're seeing right here, especially the strikers. YouTube sees half of my screen. SPY strikers see the other half. We have the striker chart, and of course we have level 2 time and sale, position and price of SPY. If we blast past 25, guys, we're going to slice and dice through 675, 77. All right, so advanced boot camp will be the next boot camp. We did 4 getting started series. So I'll let you guys know next week when that's going to be. Same thing, I want that small classroom size. So if you're looking to sign up, you're going to have to sign up quickly. And it's going to go over the advanced technique that I use to trade SPY. All right, things like my exact strategy, my system, key levels, combos, trend trading, so waves, VIX, how to use QQQ, DIA, IWM, combos, meaning price action combos. All right, just some topics. It's going to be a lot of things for you to take away from that boot camp. We did the Getting Started series, so this is going to be great for the ones who already took that. Have a great day, Milton. I think Max Holloway versus Oliveira. I think now that they got the Paramount deal with the UFC, there's no incentive for them to put on good cards. Before, okay, think of it from a business standpoint. Before, their bread and butter, okay, was, of course, they had the licensing deal with a cable provider. So in that case, ESPN, to do their regular fight cards. All right, so their weekly fight cards. And then their bread and butter was a pay-per-view model. All right, so they would sell pay-per-views, $70, $80, whatever it is. Okay, so for their pay-per-view, PPV is important. Same thing with trading, guys. I'll relate this to trading. All right, so they had their ESPN contract. So on ESPN, they had regular fights, weekly basically, some of the smaller fights, the fight night. Pay-per-view was their bread and butter. So they were incentivized, okay, to put on the best fights during this time because fans had to pay out of pocket to watch it every single time. Now the pay-per-view model is gone. It's basically just Paramount subscription. Same thing with your trading, guys. You can be this is basically the fight business, the UFC. They have their all reliable licensing deal. They have the pay-per-view. You have your swing trading. You have your scalping. The one that you can count on, okay, is the scalping. Because the scalping, the intraday trading, it doesn't need the perfect conditions to get the job done. The swing trading, it's tough in these conditions because we're gapping up, we're gapping down. Every single day this month, we either gapped up or gapped down. So there isn't any clean swings. Unless if you're playing the sectors, maybe you can find a couple of names, but there's no sustained continuation. You get a moving one way, but the next couple of days it goes the other way. All right, so you have to make sure you have multiple ways, same business, same trading, but you have multiple ways to take advantage of the action. So going back to that example, now they're not incentivized, okay, to do the pay-per-view. So all the fights, they're going to get paid anyways. All the fights are paid up front. So the quality of the fights, meaning that they have a long-term deal, is not going to be as good. Oil looks like $80 a barrel. Algo won't like that. One reason I don't trust this bounce from yesterday's low, May 24, 100%. Oil is out of here. Let's check on our friend oil. Oil is now right at 79.50. It did crack close to 80. So if it crosses that 80, and Bitcoin is sitting right at 70K. So that 70K retest, okay, between 70K, 71K retest is here. So that needs to hold. So the Bitcoin traders, okay, got to break above 70K. Now that 70K needs to hold. If it falls back below 70K, decisively starts to move to the downside, and then it can start to get back in that range it was previously. Okay, struggle in the 60s, 65s, and then go through that whole cycle once again. Okay, so again, for us to get that nice, at least a relief pop and start headed back towards 680, 670, 78, 62, we need a rejection off that 25. If we just blast through 25, guys, more than likely, we start gravitating very closely to 677, 675, 77. Machine's going nuts. Yeah, 80 is it's a big number. We were struggling to get above 65 not too long ago. Okay, we were struggling to get above 65 not too long ago. Okay. Make sure to like the video, guys. Let's get the likes up. See if we can beat yesterday's record. We got to 100 likes very quickly. We're starting to slow down the likes, so make sure to like. We already had 800 plus people stop by. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. And for my traders who've been in the community, are fairly new guys, if it's under your first week, your first couple weeks, tomorrow's gonna be the most important day. All right, especially if you're looking to close your first week green. Let's get it done. And you don't have to trade tomorrow. Think of Fridays as basically ramp down Friday as basically casual Friday. All right, you're showing up to work. You're not really working. Okay. You're not really doing anything. You're not starting any new projects. Let's just say that. You're not opening up any major tickets. All right. Maybe you're responding to a couple of emails. Walking around for a bit. Going to lunch early. Okay. Socializing and leaving a little early. Same thing. All right. So that's what ramp down Friday is. Okay. Sizing down, taking it easy, and closing out the week. If we start to crack back below 24.75, that's going to open the door for us to continue. So 25 is the ceiling. 25 is the ceiling. And keep in mind, it's 1:05 p.m. Eastern. Okay, it's the middle of the day. So nice reclaim of that territory. Okay, we're starting to reject out that 25. Anyone still in the chat in a Discord and this is your first week? Let me know, guys, if it's been your first month or first 3 weeks so far, guys. Leave a testimonial on the Discord. Make sure to leave a review. Make sure to leave a review on WAP. Okay. Leave some stars. Leave a review. Let me drop the Free Trade Friday link. What are some of the biggest lessons this week, guys? Some big lessons you learned this week. Some things you did. Always give yourself some credit. Some things you did right. Some things you can polish up on. That's the link to join tomorrow. So tomorrow on Free Trade Friday, you will have access. I'll drop the link to the Google Meets. You'll have access to the delay-free, ad-free stream. I'm not a fan of the stream delay. Day 2 watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Absolutely, guys. Again, there's a stream delay on YouTube. If you want that premium experience, right? We have a community that comes with the premium experience, delay-free, ad-free, via Google Meets. NQ24. Okay, the 850s. Beautiful, beautiful. Starting to pick up some speed. How are the Qs looking? Okay, Qs are at that 9. If that 9 EMA can hold, that'd be nice. I learned how to buy multiple contracts. Good, good, good. And the delays, maybe 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, it depends. Hopefully I'll be back to 100% next week. I've been fighting this cold. I'm basically back to maybe 80, 85%. I need to learn to buy more contracts. So there's no difference between buying one contract and multiple contracts, guys. So if you get good at executing one, all right, when you buy multiple, you're just changing the digits. One thing you need to know is when you are buying multiple, you have to have a plan on how you're going to manage. All right. So when you start going from one contract, okay, one contract. When you go from one contract to multiple, nice push to the upside, guys. This has room to that monthly open. To multiple. So anything more than one. There's no difference in the execution of the entry if you're just making an execution based, hey, I'm going to buy X amount of contracts at this level. All right. There's going to be an execution of the entry if you deploy building a position into the entry. What I mean by that is you're layering into your position. Say for instance, you have let's say you have 20 contracts. Okay, you see price coming to a certain territory. You want to do 5 here, 5 there, and then 10 there. Right? Unless you have that kind of entry model, right? The entry from one contract to multiple contracts is the same. The difference becomes, how do you manage those multiple contracts? What is your management style? Okay, what do you do when you are in profit? Okay, the way you manage this one contract, the risk, I highly recommend it be the same. Okay, so instead of saying stop that with partial, stop that with this, stop that with that, just have one fixed stop. The difficult part becomes, let's say the entry is the same, right? So say, for instance, we're going to take the reclaim here. You take it with 1 usually, but next time you take it with 5. Now you're going to be tasked with, how do you manage those 5 contracts? Whatever the number is. How do you manage those 5? Okay. How do you manage the 5? Do you do the same thing with 1? With 1, it's either you get stopped out. When you hit TP, you close the 1. You can't. There's only one way to manage it. Do you have some sort of technique where you say, hey, you know what? I'm going to start taking some profits. Maybe you're taking 2 off. Maybe you're taking 3 off. Maybe you're taking 4 off. You're leaving 1. So that's where what you have to really work on, right? The management side of it. Okay, it's like the difference between having 1 child and 5 kids. All right. At the end of the day, right? It's just they're children. But the difference is on how you manage having that many children. Okay, maybe that's not the best example, but that's the hardest part. All right, so if you're using 20 contracts, all right, how do you manage it? If you can define that beforehand, you'll find you'll be on your way to finding success. You don't want to make it up on the fly, right? Are you a trader that likes to take a majority off? Say you take 15 off, and then you leave 5 on. And as the 5 go, okay, you take 3 off. You take 1 off, and then you see if that 1 can go. What I highly recommend is taking a majority off. All right. Right. If you do, some people do thirds, some people do 50%. But what happens is if you take 10 off in profit, and then you let these 10 go, okay, that's good. It works. But if these 10 go back to red, right, then basically the entire trade is 0. So if I was in a position where I'm taking 20, I'll take 15 off. Okay, I want to be compensated for that. Give me that compensation. And then those 5, I will be tasked with managing that. All right, so that's when the complexity starts coming in. Not so much buying the contracts. It's just you're just executing more. It's a matter of just typing in the number. Okay, that's the hard. That's the part where you can have a hard time, and it might take some time to learn your approach. Some people like to do thirds. Some people like to do fourths. It just really depends what the approach is. My approach is, if it works in my favor, it doesn't matter how it plays out. 9 times out of 10, I need to have something to show for it. Okay? I don't like when things play out in my favor and I walk away with nothing. So by doing that, I know that I'm not going to catch the most amount of upside. But I will catch a good chunk a majority of the time. That makes sense. Okay, let me know if that makes sense. Okay, we're in the jaws of the waves here. See if we get synchronized selling once again. We did get a nice reclaim. Look where we're bouncing off of, guys. Okay, right off of that zone. Nice 15-minute combo. Do we get another break? Okay. Bulls can't seem to catch a break. All right, so that's what you want to work on, right? So when you go from 1, when you go to 2, or when you go from 2, when you go to 4 or 5, okay, you want to have a predefined system. Okay, predefined system. Is Smart Active Trading the name of the group? So the Smart Active Trading is the trading style, is the YouTube channel, is the name of the Discord, but the name of the community, right? We're focused mainly on SPY. So SPY Strikers is the name of the community, but it's all under Smart Action Trading. Okay, welcome aboard, Andre. VIX starts to work its way back to 25. We can start to see that break. What would be the best thing to do in this case is to wait for simultaneous breaks. What we're starting to see is when all of them are doing the same thing on the same accord, that's when we get that nice flush breakdown. If you are joining the Discord today, guys, A couple of you did join. Let me know if you have any questions. We're going to look to wrap this up here shortly. At 100 to 150 likes, we'll do the giveaway. Let's see if we can get 3,470 subs. The goal is to get to 4,400 by the 3,400 by the end of the week. We can do it. Okay, so it looks like the Qs are falling. It looks like the Dow's falling. It looks like IWM is about to fall. SPY's already falling. So it looks like synchronized selling is the way to go. Let's see if there's some follow through behind that move. Right, it even looks like there is a rescue operation underway for now. Oh, not huge size. Usually size 50 to 100, 50 to 100 contracts for past week. I've been using 2 contracts, heroes. Okay. I made the market, in my opinion. I haven't even been using runners. Full TP, yeah, that's the kind of conditions it's been. All right. You can never go wrong taking TP. Okay. You can never go wrong taking TP. Hard style I've been using with futures. Hard styles guarantee profit management, 100%. So it's easier to do the runners with, simpler to do with futures, with SPY or with options, of course. Depending on how quickly the runners are going. We love to hold the runners when they're going, but sometimes if it takes some time, that decay can start to eat up those contracts. But most of the time, if you're right about a setup, okay, if you're right, okay, it's going to go. All right, the best setups is when, okay, you start scaling out, it goes to target, and basically you're looking for something beyond target. All right, so my approach is, for instance, say if I'm going long, this is my entry, and there's some little sort of level up there. Okay, I'm scaling out as it goes there. I'm not scaling out here. I'm scaling out as on its way. I'm seeing double digits, I'm taking profit. By the time it gets all the way up there, okay, I'm down to runners. I want to see if it can go beyond the target. If it goes beyond the target, great. If it starts to slow down, thank you very much. Because what you'll realize is when something is pushing higher, any slowdown, even if the slowdown is a quarter of the initial move, right, it has a significant impact on the value of those contracts. You can be up 40%, 50%, a little bit of slowdown for 3 to 5 minutes, you're going to be up 15% instead. Right? So if it's a full position, now that messes with your psychology. Right? So I give it a very, very tight window. Yep, so the live stream will be linked here, okay? I'll send it out at 9 a.m. first thing in the morning. Okay, you can see some of our traders today. Always sharing ideas. Most of our work takes place, the heavy lifting takes place 9:30 to 11:30. Okay, so it'll be sent here. So look out for it here at 9 a.m. All right? $30K gone. You took a $30K loss, Jay Humble, or $30K level on a name. Now we're just going back and forth and back with January's lows. What were you trading? Was it just the usual stop? The usual usual loss within your risk, or was it you got trapped in a position, couldn't get out, maybe over leverage? 30K might sound like a lot, guys, but sometimes 30K can be someone's stop, and that could be a usual stop. So that's why I'm asking that question. Over leverage. Into 0 DTEs. 1 DTEs. And thanks for sharing. I mean, it's not easy. $30K lot. Yeah. It happens. You know, it's not. Right. If you're really locked into the process, if you're committed to the process, meaning you really want to take trading seriously as a serious endeavor, over time you'll recover, and you're learning very, very important lessons. All right. So I'm assuming that if you're taking a 30K loss, you're looking to make 60, 70, 80K, or maybe 40K to the upside. Right. So it's just a matter of, if you're really committed to it, if you're really serious about it, just taking some time off, seeing what things you did right, what things you did wrong, putting some guardrails in place, and to see what you can take away from it to be a better trader. Right? But if it's something where it's, hey, you know what, I'm just throwing money at the market to see if I'm making to see if I can get something back out of it, right? That 30K is the beginning. I'm not trying to sound negative, but there's going to be more losses. But it just depends on the approach, right? So again, the best thing to do after a massive, massive loss is take some time off. I know that doesn't sound ideal. The last thing you're going to do is try to make that 30K back, but tomorrow or within the next few days, right? Just take some time off. It happens. Regather. And see where you can go from there. And these conditions, guys, even from February, okay, it's been very, very tough. So if you're fully using full size, over leveraged, and on top of that, not managing risk, it can really start to go negative. We're back at those lows. And we're zigging, zagging, zagging, and zigging. So this year, guys, if we close out the quarter, I mean, we still have a full few days ahead of us, a couple of weeks ahead of us, and of course, an entire month in April. But if we just take a preview into what's been going on SPY, right? So far, it might be a flat year to kick off the quarter. Flat quarter to kick off the year. Of course, on the yearly, we're still negative. We're just directional because we broke those highs. Just take a look at that quarterly candle right here. Okay. This is where we were last year this time. So January, this is 2022 actually. Okay, 2022 is the last time we had 3 quarters of selling. This is where we were. Let's take a look at it on the monthly. Last year this time, this is where we were. Okay, this was March. This was February. Okay. This is February. Okay, so just follow me for a second, okay? So last year February, we make an all-time high. This year February, we get close to making an all-time high. Okay. March, we sell off. March, we still have 26 days left, so we're starting to sell off. The sell-off accelerated when we fell below the 9 MA on the monthly. That's when the sell-off accelerated. Sell-off, see if it accelerates below that. So there's bigger picture thinking. What's the difference though? There's a key difference. There's a key difference that I want to bring to your attention. If you were trading last year this time, we had a major catalyst. Tariffs. Trade talks. Okay, that propelled us lower. Okay, we fell below the 20. This time around, we have a catalyst, not the same kind of catalyst, but we have the conflict or war, whatever you want to label it now, right, between the U.S. and Iran. So if the situation escalates, we talked about what those key words are for it to escalate. All right, if it escalates, or more and more of the superpowers get involved, or if there's troops on the ground, or if a major U.S. asset is hit, okay, God forbid, I don't want it to escalate, right? That could be something that can drive us to something similar we saw here. Okay? So, in the meantime, we're kind of doing what we're doing last year this time. And then once we were in the clear, gone. So we're still only, despite the choppiness, guys, we're still only 3% away, okay, from all-time highs. So this is not even a dip buy. This is just merely just a 3% pullback. Okay? A real dip buy is all the way down here, 10%. Okay? So for us to get to a 10% dip, that would require us to drop all the way to 627. So if you're buying here, you're not really buying a dip. You're just buying a pullback. This is more of a tradable pullback. Right? So this is where the real dip buy is. So if we take that box back to where we were, back to that monthly time frame. Okay, let's take that. Boom. Where does that lead us to? So the real dip buy, okay, is here, in this area here. But we need a catalyst to fuel us. If there's no catalyst, we have a catalyst already, right? But with the nature of geopolitical catalyst, we're not as sensitive to the geopolitical catalyst unless something escalates. Okay, if something escalates, okay, things start getting a little bit serious, more big. Again, I just said it, some maybe other countries get involved, important countries. Okay, so the 2 key words is a major U.S. asset get hit. If one of the U.S. battleships get hit, that could be a catalyst. Okay, So then things start to, the intensity increases. If it's just continued airstrikes, we'll probably just be in this territory. But that cloud is going to be over our head for the foreseeable future, over the market's head. Again, it's not to be insensitive. I know there's casualties in war, innocent people lose their lives, but I'm just talking about it from the technical standpoint. Nothing more than that. Okay, so this is where we are. Before that, okay, we came into these lows. This was 2023. We had a 3-month stretch where we sold off. Okay, this was August, September, October. We tend to see that sell-off take place in that third quarter. Okay, that leads us to that fourth quarter pump. This is a seasonal sell-off. Before that was, of course, the last time we did see, okay, that bear market. We're 20% off all-time highs, which was in 2022. Before that, COVID. So what the biggest takeaway is, all right, so the dip buys, if you're looking for dip buys, set your alerts, okay, on the weekly, on the monthly EMAs. 223, 70, 538, 38. If we get to this 50, this would be huge. That would require us to basically collapse for bear market. If we get to this territory, guys, this is, again, not financial advice. Hold your breath and buy leaps. Okay, that's the strategy. You'll be like, there's nothing. Just hold your breath. Take the leap. Take the leap of faith. Okay. All right, because you have at least 9 to 12 months on those contracts, especially if you go 2 years out. And within 9 to 12 months, this can easily recover. All right, but of course that's bear market. So anyone screaming bear market, we're nowhere near close to bear market. All right, but even if we do start to break down, just look at it as an opportunity. All right, have your levels drawn out. Have areas where you want to get involved. Have criteria of what kind of things you want to see in that territory. Okay. So very, very important. Like, we'll see how this plays out. We'll be monitoring this day by day, week by week. We'll see how it transpires. All right. So it's going to take place right in front of us. If you guys recall last year, right here, we were screaming from a rooftop, add to your long term. Take leaps. We emphasize on day trading, but at the same time, guys, it's very important to build your long term. You can build your, this is it. Block out the noise. It's never going to feel comfortable to buy something when it's moving lower. All right? If you're going to lose, all right, just put it this way. If you're going to lose, would you rather lose at buying at all-time highs, or would you rather lose at buying at 52-week lows? Where would you rather lose? Or where would you place your bet? Where would you place your bet for a 2-year projection? 52-week low or 52-week high? 10 times out of 10, if I had to place my bet for a 2-year projection, I'm taking 52-week lows. Okay. One candle can be 5K loss, one candle can be 15K loss. Now your body does a shock and they start staring at the screen. The dull pain, pit in your stomach as decaying robots wreak havoc on your account. Like a deer in the headlights, 100%. You will freeze, right? It's the same response, guys. Fight, flight, or freeze. When you start taking those massive losses, you're either going to fight. Those are going to be the responses. Fight meaning overtrade. Blow up the entire account. Okay. Flight, I'd say flight is the best response. Just step away, run away, go somewhere else. Or freeze, just you don't close the positions at all. All right, these are real things. Okay, these are real things that will take place. Okay. 100% trade wins. I knew better and decided to hold anyways, but this will be the last time, as I know they come for the profits. I have way too much in my portfolio. And my Apple X, which double leverage Apple D. Okay, still have tariffs being used as a bargaining chip in addition to war. Could go 10% more. That's again, right? Again, anything can take place. We're seeing some pressure on lots of sides, but right now what's in front of us, I think the geopolitical catalyst, right? What you're gonna know, guys, when you're trading for some time, there's always gonna be things brewing. There's never going to be a time where there's nothing going on. All right. Of course, we have the tariffs here, but that's relatively, the market is kind of used to that unless we get some sort of outlier ruling or some crazy ruling. The market already adapted to that. We had some geopolitical stuff take place. We already struck Iran earlier. The Venezuela situation, we took care of that. Market already adapted to that. Now we have the current one. Okay, so now it's just whatever's catalyst overshadows everything. That's what we're focusing on. Not to take away from these smaller things taking place, but what is the big one? Okay, what is the big one? QQQ 607.50. So another breakdown on QQQ. QQQ got those lows. SPY grabbed those lows. So that barrier is at 25, guys. For SPY to get any lower past that 675.77 and get some follow through, VIX needs to break 25. VIX needs to break 25. Okay. 100%. Trump is predictably unpredictable. Okay, we're going to chop probably for the rest of the day. We'll wrap it up at 2 o'clock, guys. As always, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. I'll keep the screens running with the big portfolio, buy the dip in stocks and hedge with puts. That's why options exist, 100%. Yeah, never sell out of your position for your long term, because you're not going to get those good entries again. So it's either you just hold or you just hedge, put some insurance policy. Recovery operation, yeah, see if you can get to that monthly open at least. We do have that window after the rejection of that 25 to reach it to monthly open. Piece by piece, we grab these lows so we have enough fuel. Okay. All right, see if we can break that resistance. Can we break that resistance? Main question that needs to be answered, on the main level to pay attention to today, guys, is the daily open is all the way here. Of course, the bears already are in charge. They're taking the lead. If they can get the close below this territory, the bears did their job. The bulls, for them to recover, guys, they need to get it back above 678.62. Get back above here, and if we can close the day above 682, can close the day above 682, then this candle, okay, which is up for grabs, that daily candle, which has 2 hours and 15 minutes left. Okay, 682. Let me show you what it looks like. Okay, this candle has a chance of going doji, and if we can hold above it, hammer. All right, so if they can get this back above, somehow, some way, maneuver their way back above that daily open and continue to catch some momentum to the upside with that initial rejection off the VIX at 25, see that lead to 24 and beyond to the downside. Best case scenario is try to turn this into hammer. A doji or a hammer. Okay, that's still up for grabs. We still have some time left. The bears, what they need to do, of course.
So you are welcome to come join us on March 14th. See the potential. See the destination that Union Springs already is, and has the potential for everybody to come.
Okay. All the bears need to do is just make sure, hey, you know what? You can pump this thing back up. You can catch these nice little bounces, but you're not dictating the pace above this level. Okay, bears just need to keep price below 679.60. So they might give up. They might allow some buys off some of these lows, some bounces, but they want to make sure that it gets stifled off that level, off the zone. And we're going to see how that plays out. Okay, so what do you guys think by the end of the day? Okay, but when that daily candle closes, are you guys leaning towards a full body close? All right, something like this, what we're seeing. Full body close, something like this. Let me just make this red like this. Okay, here, boom. Are you leaning towards something like this? By the end of the day, we got a nice little doji, of course. A nice little wick. Okay, that's where we are so far. This is actually where we are so far, right here. I'll get that exact measure. We're doing something similar to this. Okay, we're very close to the lows of the day, right? Option 1, put in the chat, do you think we close a day like this? Option 1. Option 2, do you think we close a day like this? Full body, straight selling pressure, we close it near the lows of the day. Okay, so minimal wicks there. Option 3, do we get some sort of doji hybrid? Option 3, do we get some sort of hybrid? Okay, we see some buyers step in. Not enough. So we got to reclaim that daily downside breaker, but not to that daily open, some sort of doji. Okay, so this one can either be red or yellow, doesn't matter. Or option 4, buyers are able to get back that daily downside breaker and get that close back above the daily open for a nice hammer. Depending on what takes place, option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4. Depending how things shake out in the next 2 hours, will give us some potential setups for the next day. Of course, if we close out like this, going into the next day, we want to see that expansion. Okay, we want to see expansion, hold well that daily upside breaker, continue push. If we close like this, okay, if we close like this, we can probably see some more indecision. Okay, so based on how we close out this last 2 hours, can set the stage for potential opportunities the next day. Okay, these are the possible scenarios, barring some sort of massive gap up or gap down. Okay, so that's where we are. So far, we're right here. If we were to close right now, this would it be. We opened up. Bulls had a little bit of control initially. We fall back below daily open. We collapse, close near the lows of the day. So the bulls need to try to get these two scenarios to play out. This is what they need to do. Okay, so this is what they need to do. They can't afford to get these two. Because now all that requires is, say we get a gap down tomorrow, and this thing can start to really slide. So for the bulls to get to lay the groundwork for this kind of scenario, okay, let's translate that to where we are now. Okay, that doji scenario, okay, is a close in this area. Okay, in that area we get a doji scenario. A hammer scenario is a close in this area. Anything above that daily open is a bonus. Okay? That's what they need to get. All right, now the bears in that case is if they can close this thing below the monthly open, it would be something similar to this. Near the lows of the day, not too far away. If they close this below whatever the lows are of the day, or very close to that low, then we get this scenario. Okay, so the stage is set, and we'll see how that plays out. Oil is out of here. Oh, wow. Yeah. You can see oil, guys. 81. Okay. Lift. Okay. LYFT. Lift was an idea some time back, if you guys recall. Nice bounce off the support. Again, same thing with lift. Okay. Struggling to create separation away from the support. The longer something lingers at support, just put it like this. Okay. Say this is critical support. Okay, we're starting to break that once again. The longer something lingers at support, okay, and the reactions get relatively the same or smaller reactions, okay, now there's a lot of weight on this support. Not weight as in time, weight as in heaviness. All right, and eventually that support starts to crack. So that's the situation lift is in. Because lift is in some major support. Okay, if that support doesn't hold, okay, we've been range bound for a few days, for a few weeks now. So we need to break this range while we're at the support. If we just continue to be range bound and we don't start to break this range, and if the market takes a leg lower, okay, lift can take a leg lower. Okay. So we have to pay attention to lift between 1292 and 1335. So it's up for grabs right now. Up for grabs. Obviously, there's a downtrend on lift, massive downtrend. So that's a critical thing to pay attention to. Okay. Any other questions, guys? Any other questions? MCD. You guys see the McDonald's CEO video, the whole CEO, all the CEO videos, the fast food CEOs, MCD. If MCD can come into this territory, that does look nice. 320, 320, territory. Nice support, 20 EMA. If you get one more drop. Hater, lover, guys, McDonald's and Big Mac's not going anywhere. About a 6% pullback. Okay, MCD, interesting. Everything's basically red, guys, except Broadcom. Broadcom did have earnings. We're back at those lows once again on SPY. Okay. Any other questions, guys? Any other questions? We'll wrap it up at 2 o'clock. If we do get to 150 likes, we'll do one last giveaway. If we break that 25, continue to accelerate, more than likely we'll break that 675, 77. Okay, we're at 132 likes. Okay. NVIDIA. So chart request, guys. Put your chart request. Okay, we can power through the chart request. All right. NVIDIA. 200 EMA support in this area. Pay attention to that support. NVIDIA. We talked about NVIDIA last week. How NVIDIA just can't seem to, doesn't have that same appeal. All right. After the split, it's really been struggling. Bigger picture, you can argue some sort of head and shoulder possibly on NVIDIA. But this is a support on NVIDIA. If you're looking for a potential bounce on NVIDIA, multiple touches, you can incorporate that 200 EMA onto it as well. Technical level. If you're looking for a complete collapse on NVIDIA, it's below this major support territory. 164.49, 170.59. Okay? That's what really starts to open things up. All right, but for now, NVIDIA is still holding. The support is still holding. Buyers are still interested in this area. But they're not interested anywhere else, right? They just can't seem to get any higher. They're interested here, not interested anywhere else. So you want to be where the most amount of interest is, the support area on NVIDIA, on the daily. As far as the higher time frames on NVIDIA, okay, the yearly is still inside. Quarterly still inside. That quarterly candle does not look good on NVIDIA, guys. It needs to start picking up some speed. If that quarterly candle stays inside on NVIDIA going to next quarter, for the next 26 days, once we break these lows, if we don't get that immediate bounce, we can't see potential pivot machine gun. Taking out all these pivots. Boom, 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 boom. And start pushing into this territory here. All right, so got to start picking it up on the quarter. Last quarter, we went 3 down engulfing. Yearly, we're still inside, so we haven't picked a direction yet. So NVIDIA, NVIDIA's on the clock. NVIDIA is on the clock. Thank you. 1 minute. If you can break that 77, get a nice little breakout. Any other questions, guys? Any other questions? look to wrap it up at 2 o'clock. As always, hopefully you guys found value. We'll reconvene tomorrow for Free Trade Friday. Ramp Down Friday for our members. If you're interested in becoming a member, all the links are in the description. Pinned in the chat is the link to join on the trial. Use the code TRIAL30. So you definitely want to get in, be in the community before the start of Q2. Okay, Q2, we're going to do a price increase. I've been keeping the prices as favorable as possible. All right, so again, jump in. Resources are there. I'm looking to add some new things to the Discord as well. We'll get some sort of flow activity in the Discord for the ones that do use flow. All right, indicator coming out soon as well, so be on the lookout for that. Advanced bootcamp coming up as well. All right, so Q3, when those changes are made, that's going to be reflected in the price. Whatever price you pay, right? Whether you're on the yearly tier, whether you're on the monthly tier, and if you're already in, you're grandfathered in. You're not going to see an increase. All right? You won't see an increase. Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Strikers, I'll keep the chart. I'll keep the chart on. I'll keep the screens running. Absolutely, guys. If you're a first-time viewer, make sure to subscribe. Make sure to like the video. Continue to watch. Take some time to get used to some of the terminology. If you've been tuning in for 3 to 5 episodes, you're ready to take the next steps. Accelerate your learning. Delay for ad-free stream. And access the resources. The link is pinned. All right? So tomorrow's Free Trade Friday. Make sure you're in the free tier Discord. The link is somewhere in the chat. Also in the description. You'll have a front seat at the full stream without any ads, without any delays. And of course, we have the pre-market prep stream as well. You're going to get a preview of that. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully you found value. Smash the like button on your way out. Make sure to subscribe. Stay safe. And God bless each one of you.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the SPY Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the SPY Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signals service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Sing. Trading with confidence. Become a SPY Striker today, and take your trading to the next level. Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the SPY Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the SPY Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signals service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, and educational libraries, and dedicated. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a SPY Striker today, and take your trading to the next level. Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts automated that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, and